Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedy. We follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and my flower is falling out. Damn it. I clipped it correctly, and it doesn't want to stay, y'all. Might have to just come out. I don't know. Darn it. It's such a pretty... I got like a pack of like 4 of these, and they're so pretty, but it doesn't want to stay. Whatever. Well, I tried. I think we give up on it. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. Don't mind my mom here. Don't care. It's Friday. It is Friday. Kevin Reddington, does he have a YouTube? Is that a thing? Is that an actual thing? Like Kevin Reddington actually have a YouTube? Yeah, we will thank for the borrowed title. We will thank our beautiful viewers. I appreciate you guys for the name, because it was such a good idea. I was like, oh, you know what? We're making this as a... Hi, Chris. Good morning. Good morning, Jane, Jesse, Maureen, Diana, of course. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I appreciate when you guys come up with things like that. I decided, though, that I would use cult in it, and I would put a K, because Karen's like the KKK at this point. It's Karen's cult of Koolaid. Like... Oh, I'm good. I'm glad you got to notice today. That I don't know. I think if I do it a little earlier, so like I think it's got to be like a half hour or more, maybe. When I make them, like the thing that maybe then that's why it's not giving notification. Like, oh, I should probably tell everybody in Discord, right? Like we should probably do that. I totally forgot. So I didn't have time this morning to do a lot. Like I forgot to put it in the Facebook group. I didn't do the Discord because I had other stuff, family stuff going on. I was trying to help my sister. So you did? Yeah, so it has to be depending on how long I make the like thing before I go live. Like some people make them hours and hours and hours ahead of time, days ahead of time. I only make mine like a half an hour, sometimes like minutes ahead of time. Because you gotta do the thumbnail, and you gotta do all that stuff. Hold on. Kevin Reddington is Jen McCabe's lawyer. That's who Kevin Reddington is. Sorry, I took my flower out to like my hair's all frizzy. So we're just gonna use my sunglasses to pull it back a little bit out of my face. All right. That's okay. That's okay. See, sometimes people get them late. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Sometimes YouTube says that like people aren't getting them either. Thank you, Maureen. I love questions. I love answering questions. Timu Heaven's Gate, right? Heaven's Gate actually was a cult, of course. And like the damage cults do, I don't think people actually like realize. But you know who else we're going to thank this morning? We're going to give a big thank you to Potluck. Because of Potluck this morning, we are going to have a better show going forward after tomorrow. So Potluck was so kind as to add some things to my wish list that I clearly desperately needed when it comes to the show that were ordered this morning that he so kindly purchased. And so we're getting lighting, good lighting, and a webcam. So we're going to have better visuals and lights and a USB port that actually, because I only use a laptop. So like my microphone is already in the USB port. So I would need something that goes into the USB port and then has multiple open USB ports to use for the things like lights, green screen. So eventually we'll also have green screen as well. So that'll be fun, right? And so thank you, Potluck, very much. We appreciate you. I am like slacking on my, getting things together. Oh yeah, that wasn't on my bingo card either. For the wish list, I have had other stuff going on, so I haven't finished it. I promise I will finish it today. Yeah, big thanks to Potluck. Big thanks. Like it was a really nice thing for him to do. And he doesn't live in this country, he lives in the UK. So his brilliant idea was like make a wish list. And like there are 2 ways like on Amazon to do it. You can just send a link that you made, and then you have an option to send a link to other people that they can add things to your wish list as well. Like something so mine's already set up where, like, say you bought something on it and you were like, oh, I see this really cool other awesome thing I want to send as a surprise. You can do that too. And it'll send it with the other thing that you bought and I won't know. Right. But there's also an option for a different link that you can send people that they can just add other things they think that you need or want or whatever to the wish list and then buy it off that too. I do love surprises though. I'm not going to lie. Everybody loves surprises. You know what I mean? So like, I remember a couple years ago, we made a wish list for my youngest for a couple things for family who lived out in California. And they got like one thing on our wish list and then one thing that wasn't. And it was something Stitch. She loves Stitch, absolutely loves Stitch. And she was so excited. I'm like a little kid like that. Like just something, you know what I mean? Like everybody knows I like the color pink. Everybody knows I like things that are glittery. Like, you know what I mean? I love skulls. Like Halloween's my favorite like holiday, but I like, you know, pink. Sometimes they have those like pink glittery skulls. I actually have a sugar skull tattooed on my leg, a very large sugar skull. And it's got like vines coming in and out of it. It's really cool. I wish I could show you guys, but, so I like stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like Halloween is definitely one of my favorite holidays because you get to dress up, right? Get to be a little kid for just like one day, even if it's with your kids. Like we did a whole superhero theme one year with my kids. We were all different superheroes. I was Wonder Woman, my husband was Superman, you know, everybody, we had all the superheroes with the kids. And it was a blast. But also I had a pink Christmas tree. I did. I had a pink Christmas tree. I'm so sad that my pink Christmas tree broke when I was moving. I am so upset about that. I freaking loved my pink Christmas tree that I no longer have anymore. It was light pink like the microphone in my chair, and I absolutely adored it. And you could keep it up for things like Easter and Valentine's Day. You put eggs on them. You know what I mean? For like they sell like, you know, actual like ornaments that you can put on it. And I absolutely freaking loved it. And it broke when we were moving. I was so upset about it. Like, because this year I got a real tree. So that's obviously gone now. But I don't want to keep doing real trees. It's a lot of work and they're very expensive, dude. This was like $75 they wanted for a small tree, like 4 or 5 feet. Like it was crazy. Like, you don't celebrate Halloween? Oh my God, Maureen, you're gonna have to come stay with me during Halloween. Okay. I will offer my extra remote to you for you to come stay with me during Halloween time. We'll have a blast. Like I love Halloween. Love it. Like this year, I'm not going anywhere for Easter. You know, I don't have a lot of family that's alive anymore. Everyone has passed away. My grandparents are long gone, and I don't have a large extended family. It's really just me, the kids, my sister, my sisters. One of my sisters has special needs. So she lives with my mom and my mom. That's it. So, you know, it's just going to be me and the kids. And, you know, you make your own family. I'm going to have a couple friends over who are like family to me, and their kids are going to come. And we're going to use my very giant yard to have the first ever 400 egg Easter egg hunt for these kids. And we got candy and we got like little toys to put in some of them. And then we put like change and dollar bills in a couple of them. And then we get them each a golden egg with their name on it. And we hide the golden egg for each of them. And I think they're going to have an absolute blast. But what we used to do was for the adults, I don't know about you guys, but we used to have an Easter egg hunt in my grandparents. My grandparents had their house. They're long passed away now. It is an understatement. It is giant isn't even the word for it. My yard is enormous. So the kids are going to have an absolute blast. I can't wait to host like a ton of like barbecues and stuff in the summertime. And of course, if you live in the area or you're visiting the area, you're more than welcome to come and you have the invite, because the more the merrier in my book. I'm a people person. I happen to like people. You know what I mean? Like I find it really sad, all the things that we're watching in people when it comes to this case, specifically the harassment, because I like people, right? And I'll tell you this. If these people actually met Chris Albert and knew Chris Albert, like he's a very easy person to get along with. He's funny, he's outgoing, like he's a good guy. He's a family man, like, you know, he's good to his family, like he's good to people who are good to him, and he helps the community. Like I don't know what more you could ask of in a person. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what more do you want? Like, oh, I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna have to show you guys because it's more like it's not even like all in the back of the house. It's like we have a huge bit of land to the side of the house, and then it goes all the way around to the back behind the garage, and then all the way around to the side of the house, and the entire thing is fenced in. I don't have a garden yet because remember, you guys, I just moved. I just moved in January, so I haven't been able to do all that yet. Oh, I'm planning on one of those. We're planning on 2 conviction parties. 2. He is. He is. So that's the thing. That's what bothers me. Like these people even knew him and his family. Like Colin's a good kid. Like, you know what I mean? Very respectful. Like I just don't get it. Like this is part of the problem though. This is part of like poisoning the cult's Koolaid, right? Is making everybody believe they're just awful, terrible human beings. And this is not something that we haven't seen before, right? We've seen this when it comes to Aiden and a multitude of people that he's done this to, including myself, Ashley, Lindsay, Kara, like Leah. Like you could go on and on and on with the amount of look what he's doing to Amy, like the amount of people that he just says is bad. Like we're all crazy, okay? That's his thing. We're all crazy, we're all scammers, and we're all quote bad. Like, what? Everybody on planet Earth that doesn't like you can't be crazy and bad, and you know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? Like, for me, it's like, when do people start to realize that every person he attacks, and even the people now, like right now, that he's like attacking on his own side, he's saying like you're talking about like Video Jesus and Boozy Beauty, where he's saying like they're crazy, they're frauds, they're this, they're that. Like it's all the same. They're all scammers. They're trying to make money off this case. Like, bro, the amount of money you have made off this case is reprehensible. Okay, because you're lying. So there's that. It's just utterly disgusting. But you're gonna sit there and point out that anyone else is making money off this case and that you're upset about it. Like, bro, the lack of self-awareness, like the hypocritical bullshit, like for you to even say something like that is amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. It's just absolutely freaking amazing. Like I have to sit there and think like what is like there's something seriously wrong with someone's brain. And it's because he wants to be the only one. He wants to be the only one, you know, making a dime on his show. He wants to be the only one talking about it. He wants to be the only one sitting in the court because it's his narrative. It's his narrative. Like he wants everyone to buy that narrative, right? Like, yeah, we're all McAlberts. Like I'm every McAlbert. Let's put it that way. I'm all of them. When they say which one are you, I say all of them. I'm all of them. I'm every single one. Like, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, he attacks his own, even if they ask questions. That's the part that like should be a red flag to most people, right? Is that like, hey, if you have questions and you're starting to ask some of those very important questions, and then you get attacked, not just him by him, but like top minions, right? Like sock accounts. Do you know how many sock accounts in the last couple days have started to like comment on my stuff on X? And it's like, why waste your time? You're just gonna get blocked. Welcome to my block party because guess what? I don't have to deal with trolls. I don't have to do that. Today in my life, I just hit the block button. So you wasted however much of your time it took you to write that insult or to write that thing that you thought was like so funny. And then it just got deleted and then you just got blocked. So I don't even know why you bothered. But most of them are Aiden sock accounts or one of the top minion sock accounts. Like between 3 people, they have like over 100 sock accounts. It's absolutely insane. Like that's right. You are. And we know this. And we thank you, Jesse. And we hope that you can bring people over to sort of look at the case, you know, like just look at it. Like, yeah, we're all related to the McAlberts, you know, and like, yes, we do. We stand together with the McAlberts. Thank you. I hate how they use the word McAlbert too. They're 2 separate families, you geniuses, the Alberts and the McCabe's. Okay. Alberts and McCabe's. 2 separate families, you geniuses. Like, oh my God. Brett from the prosecutors. I just want to say, if he ever watches my show, and I'm guessing he probably doesn't, I'm a very small creator compared to his show. But bravo, sir. Bravo. Bravo. Like, bravo. I appreciate you. It's facts. That's a fact. I appreciate you because he tells them how it is. They don't like it and they get mad. And then, they do the same thing that they do. But I find that like most of the time when I say something that really hits them where they know is true, then all of a sudden they come creeping on my post. They're also some of them are just completely clueless. Like, remember I posted on X about how we were going to be late to D&E because of the car accident that we stopped for the guy who was waving us down on the side of the highway that we stopped for. And one troll's like, I don't know why you posted this. Like, what do you want, a pat on the back? And then there was like 2 or 3 more that were like, you just attention seeking pat on the back. Like, why would you even write this? I wrote it so that the people who were meeting me at D&E would know that I was going to be late. Didn't have all their numbers and I didn't have time to go to all their social medias and write a specific message to each one of them. So I posted on X so that they would know I was going to be late and why I was going to be late. It's like common sense, not that they always have that. That pisses me off. Like, stop using John's picture as your profile on X if you are trying to get the murderer off of the person who died. Like, how dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare you? I changed my profile picture to John for solidarity. You don't get to use his picture and then try to get his murderer off. That's not a thing. That's just not a fucking thing. Like, come on, man. Oh yeah, yep, you're Jen. I've gotten blamed for being Jen a couple times too. Like, bro, if you don't know who I am by now, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, oh, was he? 3 guys from Boston saying Can Read It is guilty. Oh, well. See, that's the thing. For me, it's like, I don't need a fucking pat on the back, bro. I would have stopped and never said anything to anyone. It's like these people don't realize like the things that people do in private anyway. Like, dude, listen, I've been a volunteer advocate for 18 years. You can bet your ass that when I am not live, like, and most people who know me know this, that I'm helping at least 1 or 2, or if not more people a week privately that I never say anything about. Because I will never turn someone away who needs information or help doing something ever. Like, and yes, Christina, exactly. It's my fucking platform and I can say whatever the fuck I want. So how about that? Like, so how about them apples? Like, like, it's just insanity. Like, why? Just why? Stop drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. Okay. Here's an idea. Stop drinking the Kool-Aid and move on to just chilling, bro. Go back to the beginning, to the very beginning of all of this. Okay. Take everything you know out. Take every single thing that you think you know about this case out of your brain and start over. Start over. Start the hell over. Start from the beginning. Like, so what we do have is we have 16 jurors. And I do have an announcement that if you guys didn't know, that we are having court Monday. They are going to put more jury members on the jury. I am happy to hear that. So they had gotten rid of 2, gained 3. So we're still at 16 now. Well, went from 15 to 16. So we're at 16 jurors now. Okay. So we're still going to keep going forward. I guess the judge decided they are going to have court on Monday. There's no court today, but there is going to be court on Monday, and they're going to keep going with more alternate jurors. And I think that is smart. I think 16 was a dumb number to stop at. I think we could have ran out with the amount of ones that are being dismissed, even after being seated. Like, you would think, like, come on, you're going to need a couple more, because there's a very real possibility that you find some things about some of these people who are getting on this jury and lying, and they're finding out and they're going, nope, see you later, bye. I mean, a couple of these people, not even a couple, more than a couple at this point, who have been seated and picked, have then been dismissed after. So, good morning, Jennifer. Exactly, Jesse. I say that all the time. Hurt people hurt people. That's what they do. He has very deep-rooted issues. That's for sure. Like, I mean, I also think that, like, the man needs meds, and I don't mean Adderall. I mean actual real-life meds. The behavior panel, rip in a Jen's testimony. I unsubbed. I got timed out and thought F you. No, I didn't. I did not. No. I actually haven't. I just started answering all my X messages this morning, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I got off here. I got an important phone call from family. I had something I had to do. And then I got a vicious migraine. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't had one of these in a while. It's probably just stress. But like, so I didn't get to answering my ex messages until this morning. So I apologize, but I did answer them all this morning, the ones that I had this morning. It is kind of wild, right? Like, I'm glad she's expanding it too, Jane. To me, it's like there's a bunch of random people out there in the world that don't know these people, right? They don't know Chris Albert. They don't know Brian Albert. They don't know Colin. They don't know Jen. But they've also never bothered to try. You were told a bunch of shit and you believed it. How would that feel if that was you and your family that someone did that to? Just let that sink in for a second. If someone sat there, a blogger, got on his show, took from a defendant all this information and said, these are bad people, and you knew nothing about them, you've never met them, why would you think that it would be okay to judge someone like that? What if that was you? They all say, oh, everybody could be Karen Reed. Everybody could be the Alberts. Everybody could be the McCabe's. Everybody could be any one of us who have spoken up about the way this has happened. And I don't give a shit what side it's on. Bad behavior is bad behavior. And most people know that I am not a fan of the bad behavior on either side of the track. There's a reason why I don't speak with certain people. I just don't agree with the way they handle things or do things. It's that simple. I don't have to sit there and trash them. I don't have to, you know what I'm saying? But I just won't communicate with them. It's really that simple. I think most people should work together when it comes for justice. I realize it's not feasible with some people. I get it. I understand it. Do I think it's shitty? Yeah, I think it's shitty. But imagine if you were the Alberts or the McCabe's or the O'Keefes or any one of us who just stood for the right thing, knowing more than obviously they do, seen more than obviously they have. And it was your family. Any one of you could have been their family. Any one of you, okay, could have been trashed to the hill. And this isn't the first time he's done this. It's not even the second time. We're talking dozens of people. The man used to be paid to write stories about people. Wouldn't check the information. He would just write it. That's why he's been sued for defamation so many times. You know how he got out of it all those times? By saying he was an opinionist and it was his opinion. Well, he's no longer an opinion anymore. You're saying you're a journalist. Journalists are supposed to have ethics, which clearly he does not. You are supposed to talk to the other side, supposed to get comment before you put that out there, not after, before. Okay? He put out a bunch of lies that were debunked completely. A bunch more that I personally have debunked with actual pieces of information, evidence that aren't open to the public. So, I mean, for me, I sit here and I'm like, there can't be this many people that don't realize they're being duped. There just can't be. Like, I feel sorry for a lot of them. I have compassion for the fact that I know that when his trial happens and all of his communications and the data they have and the evidence they have come out, there's going to be a lot of really stunned people, a lot of really upset people, a lot of really disgusted people. They might be the core 30 or so people that just don't give a fuck and continue to follow him until he falls off the end of the earth. I mean, I feel like they would do that no matter what. They'd walk off a cliff with him if they could. But most people are going to realize that they trashed a woman who didn't lie, Lindsay. They trashed families that didn't lie. Okay. And what he was doing in the background the entire time to manipulate them into giving him money and buying his merch and doing whatever he could to garner fame and attention for himself. The book deals and the documentaries he was looking to try to do, and most places didn't want to touch him with a 10-foot pole. And this is why. This is exactly why. Like, oh, I wish they would call you. I wish they would call a lot of us for what we know. That's for sure. Like, oh, is which one? I've seen one specifically that I was like, "You go, girl." It's like it like hit me like a ton of bricks, like, holy shit, you know? Especially after yeah, see? I didn't either. TB2, I didn't either, right? I didn't either. And then after everything happened, after I realized Karen was guilty, after he like attacked me, lied about me, did all that happy horse shit, I was like, I just need to dig in and see how many other people he could have lied about like this. Because if it's so easy for him to lie about me, how many other people did he do it to? And at that point, like, I started digging. And what I found was not good. I mean, Ryan Waters is suing him for millions of dollars right now. He doesn't talk about that. He likes to say that he's never lost a case. Unfortunately, he has lost a case. He's a liar. He's already lost one, and he's about to lose this second one with Ryan. Ryan's asking for $3 million or $7 million, I think it is total. 7 million total. And I hope he gets every fucking penny of it because he has proof, just like Ashley does. Proof that he doctored evidence, brought it into court, used it against him. Okay. And so we'll know in the next, and that's another thing. Guess who lied for him again? His attorney. His attorney lied for him again. His attorney is apparently just like being caught in lies. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me why you want to lie for this man. You'll go down with that ship, and that's your reputation. So I don't really get it. I just don't like, but so basically he defaulted. Aiden defaulted. And the court was like, all right, we're going to set it up for judgment. And then Aiden ignored 2 court dates, which we have proof of him saying, like, I'm just not going and I'm never paying. He's never getting a penny out of me, blah, 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 whatever. Right. So the court now has that evidence. And hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. I got a call coming in. It was my coffee. Okay. For future reference, DoorDash, stop doing this. I don't know if it's the coffee place or DoorDash, but like, stop. This is annoying. Okay. Trying to get a sticker off the top of your coffee where you drink it. It's like, no, this is not kosher, bro. Like it's not easy. You're sticking it to plastic. Like it's no, I don't like it. All right. I don't like it. Stop doing it. Yeah, Maureen, I heard that they did one. I just didn't I didn't know it was bad. I had no idea. I saw I was tagged in something on it and I didn't where's my friggin' straw? Didn't know. But it's really sad to hear because buying the Kool-Aid is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Because I think you want to talk about body language, why don't we talk about Karen's? That ID documentary did a lot of damage when it came to her Kool-Aid world, you know? Like it just did. Like, so Aaron said it's important for everyone to look out for themselves and their mental health with how bad it's gotten. Remember that the evidence that matters will be in the trial. Block away. Yeah, I do. I just block them. Like, said she's being deceptive about deleting texts and calls. There was no deleted calls, just FYI. So clearly this person did not watch the entire trial to know that there weren't actually any deleted anything. Richard Green, once again, didn't read it correctly. Like, so, like, amazing to me. Like, yeah, that's right. It is an understatement. So we have 16 jurors, but they're going to keep going, Shamia, and till Shamina till tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow, Monday. Monday, they're going to keep going. And they're going to seat more, which I figure they need to. You know what I mean? Morning, Matt. They want at least a couple more, and I think it's a great idea because I don't think 16 is enough. They're still dismissing people that they seated at this point. So, like, they're seating people and then dismissing people. So, like, yesterday they dismissed 2 more, but they seated 3. So, like, as this process has gone along, they're seating people and then ended up dismissing them later, which means they're finding something later that's giving them cause for concern or pause to say, no, you're not on the jury. Like, these lawyers keep lying for him, and it's not going to be good for them in the end. Like, well, that's another thing. He never shuts the fuck up. His own words are ultimately what's going to sink him, you know? Yeah, there was a settlement on one case. I can't remember the name of the guy. Maybe that's it. But there was a settlement on one case that he lost. Yeah, Bradel is in front of the bar right now for lying and holding evidence where an innocent man was, well, I don't know if the guy was innocent, but he got out and he was in jail for like 30 years. I don't know whether he was innocent or not, but that's, whatever. The guy was in jail and he hid evidence that could have been used to show that the person wasn't there or didn't do it or whatever. So it would have been a different trial, right? Like, and he withheld this evidence from the defense. So his attorney Bradel is before the bar right now for that. And there's proof of that. But what I find funny is there's also a ton of proof of him lying when it comes to the case with Lindsay. And there are tons of pieces of evidence of him lying straight to the judge's face and proof that what he said is a complete lie and that he knew it was a lie. So, really, they need to just disbar the man, because if they don't now, I promise you they will at some point, and it'll be nobody's fault but his own. I guess, the sewer turtle seeks out these sort of slimy, sneaky people who will just lie. And apparently, I feel like Bradel had nothing to lose, right? He might be disbarred anyway for the shit that he did in that case. So why not just, I guess, go balls to the wall at this point? Like, I mean, most people think that the BBO is a complete joke because it's run by other attorneys and they almost never do anything. They like to say that things are mistakes when they're clearly not mistakes and you can prove they're not. They'll still literally look at it and be like, nope, sorry, it was a mistake. Nothing we can do. And so I honestly think the BBO needs to be taken apart. You can't have lawyers policing lawyers. They're clearly not doing a good job. They haven't in decades. Like, let's get real here. Like, we need to have regular people who know the law and who know ethics of lawyers and the rules of professional conduct do these things. It can't just be lawyers anymore. It just can't, because lawyers feel bad for lawyers. Lawyers are going to make excuses for lawyers. Like, it just can't. If you want to have a mix of people and they vote, cool. But it can't just be lawyers anymore, because lawyers that are doing really bad shit are not being disbarred for doing that really bad shit. That's a problem. Like, yeah, resign from the board. What does that tell you? Like, you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of these people are realizing that, like, the BBO is kind of a joke and they don't do anything, and people don't agree with that, That made me so mad. You're gonna mock the woman who just lost her son after she already lost her daughter and her son-in-law? How dare you? How dare you? The balls. Like, that's amazing, Jesse. She said those 3 guys I was talking about, and if you weren't here earlier, she was talking about 3 guys from Boston that the shooter was flipping out about, saying Karen was guilty. And said those 3 guys I was talking about they also were saying how they couldn't believe the Reed team allowed Karen to go and do all the documentary series. Well, remember the last one, the ID one, they did it because they thought there wasn't going to be a second trial. They didn't think it would be a hung jury. They figured they would be found not guilty right away. And that would be that, right? So they figured this would come out after that trial was over. They never realized that there was going to be a second trial, and this was really going to hurt her. Yes, please do. Please do. The like button is super important, you guys. I kid you not, because the more likes on a video and the more comments on a video when the video isn't live anymore. So even if I ended the stream, right? Like right now, once I end the stream, you can go and comment underneath the video. And when you do that after the stream is over and you hit the like button, like you can hit the like button during the stream or after the stream, but the more likes and the more comments, the algorithm picks it up and it pushes it out to other people who like this kind of content, who watch this kind of stuff. So like we want that to happen. So please do hit the like button. There's 170 of you watching right now, which is kind of low for what we usually have, somewhere around 300 or 400. But most of you, I'd say probably, let's see, you say 87 over there. So, or at least there was. So like, it's almost like a half and half on X, half on YouTube. She did get a fresh round of Botox. Yep, a fresh round of Botox. How about her talking about OJ Simpson? Like, what a bad look. This is why I think Brennan didn't go for a gag order on Karen herself. I think this is exactly why he didn't go for a gag order on her. Let her talk. She talk herself into oblivion for all he cares. But her lawyers can't talk. You know what I mean? Like, Kmart Blue Special. Oh yeah, it's gonna be. Are they just like 3 random people, or do they have like a YouTube channel? Like I'm like not following. She's happy with the jurors and concerned, very concerned about that. She knows Free Karen Reads are on the jury. Well, if she's gonna say she's happy with the jurors, and then when they find her guilty, she's gonna say they're all idiots. Is that what's gonna happen? Because you have to remember, if she's so happy, Hank has to be happy with the jurors too. Can't just be her. So just remember that. Just remember that. Like, well, you know, that's the thing. The bar does have a new sheriff, but I still don't believe that they're actually going to do. You want to know who? All of his viewers are. All of his viewers are. That's why he starts screaming and yelling that it's got to be more than $5 or he won't read it. You have to donate him more than $5 or A, he won't read it, or it's not worth his time, he says. That's just utterly disgusting for him to say anything like that. It's just gross. Like, yeah, he claims he makes 50 grand a month. He sure isn't paying that in child support, that's for sure. Like, well, they've been reported. They're definitely been reported. What the bar actually does about it, that's another thing. And the bar doesn't have a good, you know, the BBO itself doesn't have like a good history of actually doing shit. So that's half that problem. Like, I am also, well, it's not going to be a 3-day weekend, Brittany. We're back in court on Monday. They'll be back in court, jury selection Monday. The judge decided that they needed to keep going after 16. And so we are back in court on Monday. For anybody who didn't know, we are. Yep, Aaron's right. Well, he doesn't even get super chats, but they're called turtle chats. So he has his own like thing people can pay him on. And so those, you know, like, and yeah, and the ridiculous amounts from Nan so that she could get in that circle of people. I think they said 18, but I would hope that it would be more, because I feel like at this rate of dismissing them, even a few days after they've been seated, you might need, you know, a buffer of jurors. Yeah, someone else said that to me too. And I said, you know what? Maybe he was so angry about the one large donation I got like that, like a week or 2 ago, probably 2 at this point, from someone who was Free Karen Read that appreciated coming and sort of being able to ask questions and hang out, that he like told her to. Like, I have no doubt, because he used to fudge his like reading of them. He would read things that didn't exist. So he'd say, oh, we have a blah, blah, blah from so-and-so for $50, for $100, like, and it wouldn't actually be true. He would just be making it up. So, I have no, and he's also given people money to send to him before. So like and this was before all this, but like, I have no doubt that like he does shit like that. No doubt at all. Like, I did not, Maureen, but thank you for that information. Interesting. Felony federal charges. Do you know what the charges were, Maureen? I'm going to write this down. I'm going to check this out. Also, the doctor was found guilty, y'all, yesterday after I got off, obviously. But he was found guilty. I couldn't say his name because I don't want to screw it up, but it's like Dr. Turek. I didn't get to watch that part of it, but I'm told he was bawling his eyes out the entire time. From what I understand, he admitted to what he did. At least he took a responsibility. That's, more than we can say that Karen did, like, yeah, you know what though? That money for his prison commissary account is just going to get taken so that he can pay all of his civil suits. It's funny because when she popped up on the scene, Ananis, she's a lawyer from God knows where that has no idea what they're talking about. Still trying to tell people that like the Supreme Court took the case. They absolutely did not agree to take the case. So I don't know where she lawyers, but she might want to go back and relearn. But no, yeah, he's not allowed in there right now. He's a witness, so he can't be. But yeah, he won't be able to after Tuesday. Once openings start, once that jury is sworn in, no more lives for him about this until after he's done testifying, if he testifies. So there's that. But it's just sad. The whole thing is sad. It really is. I knew Karen was trying to go for OJ look with all her lawyers and trying to get it with. Yeah, I did too. It's kind of like obvious at that point, Francesca said, based on the amount of super chats he got the one time I watched him, 50K a month seems possible. But you also have to think about all the merchandise, right? All the merchandise. He's got the like Thursday show where you have to like pay to be a member to see it, and like all sorts of other shit like that like he has his hands, he's on Cameo, and like, you know what I mean? Yeah. 50K a month. That's what he claims. Who knows if that's actually real? I'm guessing it's probably a bloated number, but I mean, even so, like he's going to be drowned in civil suits. So all that 50K a month will be going to pay lawyers or pay his victims eventually. Like, but yeah, once she popped on to X, all of us in this case, magically out of nowhere, started following me immediately. And I'm like, who the fuck is this lady? So I click on the profile and I look because it tells you who follows you. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, FKR, right? Like Insta block. Lady, you're an idiot. Why are you following me? Okay. Let's just make something abundantly clear. She wasn't ever interested in listening to both sides, right? She wasn't ever interested in listening to people from both sides of the fence on this issue. So why are you following me? Why do you go over and hit the follow button? Because I have most of you blocked. Is that so like another shill for like the inside Koolaid cult? Like, it was weird. Like, here's a, and that's the thing. Like every single day I have some of these FKR people who are like nutty FKR. Like I'm talking like full-fledged, harassing people online and shit following me. And I'm like, why do you bother to hit the follow button? Like, newsflash, don't follow me. You're just gonna get insta blocked. I don't know why you bother. Like, what? Stop doing it. Like, stop, please, for the love of God. If you're harassing people online and going to just insult people that you don't agree with, like, don't follow me. You're just going to get insta blocked. Like, yeah, let me know. I want to see if I want to look. I want to see what they have to say because, I'm interested. Like, yeah, that's the shitty part, Brittany. His ex-wife, Julie, she's a teacher. She's a decent human. Like, I still, I don't understand how she could allow her children around him. It would have to be supervised in a place where there was supervision, like a supervising center. There's no chance I would ever leave my children with him, ever. Not a fucking chance. But yeah, she's a teacher. She's a normal, everyday human being. The amount of abuse that I believe that woman probably dealt with is the amount of mental and emotional damage she probably dealt with for years is probably pretty large, Oh, we're talking about like Portnoy and stuff. I know I saw Portnoy say something like I have no doubt that's what he used to do. I don't know about now. Now I think it's more actually happening, but like before it was that's what he would do. Like I would never. I mean, I don't want to blame it on the kids. I'd allow my children around his children because their mother is a decent human being. So, and he doesn't spend all that much time with them anyway. It's on and off the bus and then maybe on a weekend. Like it's not, most of their time is spent with their mother and I wouldn't blame it on the kid, I couldn't no, well, I'd let my kids play with his kids as long as he's not there. Like I wouldn't let my kids around him, but court ordered visitation, so he doesn't have to pay. Well, I mean, he's paying, but he's not paying that amount. He's not paying nearly as much as he should if he's actually making 50K a month. Like, you know, I mean, that's why I wouldn't, if my kids, he couldn't be there. No fucking way. No chance. I'd let kids play together, but I absolutely would not allow him. The deep south. Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you like, lady? Stay in the deep south, please. Like, Brittany said, this is about the doctor. That was BS. He got a lesser included. He was facing first-degree murder, but got convicted on voluntary manslaughter. I heard that it was he got convicted on voluntary manslaughter too, but like that didn't make sense to me. Like, why not first degree? Just because he admitted it doesn't make it any less a homicide, Like, anyone else thinks AJ looks like a Pez dispenser? Can AI make that a Pez dispenser version of AJ? Is that a thing? Like, does anybody know? Is there a clip of the OJ comment that anybody can tell me where to go so I can play it for people? Barstool? Yeah, it probably was Barstool. That makes more sense to me. I'd have to go check. I know exactly the guys you're talking about then if it's Barstool. Yeah, exactly. Or people that have narcissistic parents, like it's one way or the other. You end up being a narcissist or you end up knowing what not to do as a person and how to be a better, kinder person because you have a parent who's a narcissist. Believe me. Like been there, done that. So it could go one of two ways for those kids. Hey, Jezebel. Yeah, 400 a week. Not even a drop in the barrel to the 50K a month. 400 a week. $1,600 a month. That's it. Out of the 50K. Yeah. Someone actually announced to us like months ago that they actually did contact the IRS. I don't know if it was Kate or someone. Someone was like, yeah, we already called. So I mean, I guess they know. Like, which is so stupid because he did admit to people at one point that he didn't pay a dime in taxes, which is like, bro, you're an idiot. I'm a sole proprietorship. That's what I file my taxes as, sole proprietor. So like I still end up owing, but like you got to keep all your receipts. That's what I learned. You have to keep all your receipts for everything. Everything, everything, everything. So like if you're running an internet stream like this, you would want to keep your receipts for like internet. And I didn't do that in the beginning. I like didn't realize that like there were things that you could write off as business expenses that like you're using for your business that like, you know what I mean? Like, so I didn't keep receipts. So I ended up owing, and I got smarter over the last, 6 months and started keeping receipts for everything so that I can write it off. But you do it as a sole proprietorship. Like, granted, you might still owe taxes because you have to pay, but like, why would you want to be caught having to deal with the IRS? Why not just pay? Like, I get a tax form from Venmo, I get a tax form from Cash App, I get a tax form from PayPal every year, and then I file as a sole proprietor if I have to. Like, if I am running a business, I ran a small business during COVID. And that's why my PayPal comes up as Wicked Pearls and personalization. And I still do some stuff like that on the side where I drill and set pearls into jewelry, and I make things like t-shirts, all sorts of stuff that you could like put a design or a name or a saying on, like I make like, drawstring bags, cups, stuff like that. But I haven't really had a lot of time to do any of that lately, but I try to do some of that stuff on the side for extra money when I can, but I use my PayPal for that. And so that's how I sort of learned how to do a sole proprietorship. And because I am the only one employed by my company, I am a sole proprietor, you know? And so that's how I file my taxes as a sole proprietorship. Like, you might owe, but you're doing it the legal way. It is what it is. Like, Speaking of all of that, I totally space kidded it out at the beginning of the show. If you would like to support the show, and I would very much appreciate, of course, you can support the show so that we can keep bringing you this content and we can do this 6 to 8 week trial. It's going to be a long one, folks. It's going to be all day until 4 o'clock, sometimes a little after, Monday through Friday, except for when she does half days or there's a day off for court. She said she was only doing like 2 half days, thank God. And unless it's like a holiday or something, she's going to be doing full weeks. So it's going to be long. It's going to be a long time. So get buckled up and ready for it. So if you want to support the channel so that we can keep bringing you this content and we can stream this trial, we can all get through it together. Please hit the like button, the subscribe button, or if you can, a monetary donation is always very, very helpful to either PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. It keeps us to be able to pay for the costs and then maybe make something after the costs are paid for. There's a ticker at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to pull the big one down that has all that information throughout the entire show. So don't worry if I took it off the screen and you're like, oh my God, I'm trying to do it right now, Elise. What the hell? It's at the bottom of the screen and it stays at the bottom of the screen throughout the entire show. So we appreciate you guys very much. I do read them. I do not read full names, full government names. It'll be your first name or your screen name only. If you want to remain anonymous, you just say Anon or ANON, or on Cash App, you put a heart and I will know you just want to remain anonymous. Okay, let's see. I hope there's a spy. He's got lots of spies in his paid private videos to record all of it. Imagine how much worse it is. I will tell you that his like inner circle that he thinks is so solid is about as solid as puppy shit. There are people there who literally cannot stand him and they only stay because of, I mean, it's kind of obvious, isn't all the fucking crimes he commits. Diana said, the doctor was a sad situation. They found him guilty of the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter. As I said, it's a win for him in Reddington. The judge has discretion to sentence. Somebody, you know, it's funny because there was like 3 other people I heard from. I didn't know a ton about this case. I followed a little bit of it as it was going, but because this one is so taking up most of my time and my stuff with my missing friend and my friend's mom, those are the ones that I sort of focus on the most. So that one kind of like, you know, escaped me for the most part. But I had other people telling me like they felt bad for the guy, and like they're not usually people who would feel bad for a murderer, right? Like, but they're like, honestly, like I felt a little bad for the guy for everything he went through. Like, I have no idea because I didn't watch the trial about like what happened with this guy or why he admitted to doing what he did. All I know is that he's accused of killing his wife and that he was found guilty. Pretty much most of what I know about that, and that he got on the stand. So, and I do know that he has already been in jail, I think 5 years, something like that. Like, yeah, he's got to pay Bradel and Betterow. He's going to need more than, you know. Yeah, they do. The trolls follow me, but they talk about me anyway, whether they follow me or not, you know. 5 counts of fraud. Oh, stolen funds and cover-up scheme. Conservative Representative Chris Flanagan for the 1st Barnstable District. Oh, of course. And you know what? That's down the Cape. Like, come on, man. Like, the Cape doesn't need this bullshit. Like, come on. That's very true. But, you know, we know we're doing something right lately because that's all they do is talk about us. So apparently we rent that kind of shit into their space in their heads. Massachusetts child support is just about 25%. No, it can be up to 50% of your income. 50%. Especially with 2 kids, they can take 50% and they do get right up to 50% of your income, especially if you have more than 1 child. So I'm still not understanding if he's making $50K a month, why he would only be paying not even 2% of that. Like, you have no idea the stories that his wife probably has, dude. I do wonder though, why I would never sign an NDR. I would never, I heard that maybe that could have been possible, but like, I would never do that. I don't give a shit. If I'm divorcing you, there's no chance I sign an NDR, and you can't make somebody sign an NDR about abuse. You can't. They have every right to report it, talk about it. Like, so you can say like, okay, sign this NDR, but they have every right to then not, I mean, even if they sign it, like if it's abuse, they have every right to talk about it, and that NDR isn't going to do anything for them. Like, so, I mean, if I was her though, I probably would have turned him in by now. Of all the things that I did, no, I'd be cooperating. I heard his attorneys at one point say something about he was going to try to assert like marriage privilege to some of like the stuff that they have, but it's like, you're not married to her anymore. So unless she's also asserting that privilege, like if she gives them permission, like your marriage privilege is out the window. It's gone. Like if she says, go ahead, here you go, like, or go ahead, use them, I'm not asserting that, like, then it doesn't matter. You're not married to her anymore. Even if you were married to her at the time and she now says, okay, here, like, you can try to assert the marriage privilege, but if the other person isn't also asserting it, like, you're kind of shit out of luck almost. Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, doesn't make sense. You know, I don't agree with them taking away anybody's disability, including Tom. If, you know, he's clearly got disabilities, you know what I mean? And I'm not like, I don't feel bad for a lot of these people, but like taking the man's disability, dude, like I sit in this chair and I mean, I don't get disability, but I am disabled, and sitting in this chair, like it hurts. Like I'm in chronic pain. I have a lot of medical, and that's why I squirm so much, because I'm in pain. And sometimes I gotta, you know, shut the camera off, get up for a minute, like sitting for long periods, standing for long periods, like it hurts. So like just because he's, you know, walking around outside or sitting outside doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? Like, and it also depends on the disability. Like, is it PTSD, CPTSD? Like, I have CPTSD. So I know what that's like. You know what I mean? Like anxiety, panic, like I can deal with all that. It's the CPTSD part that is the hardest part to deal with. And CPTSD is complex post-traumatic stress. So PTSD would be like one trauma. CPTSD would be more than one trauma, and I have more than a few in my lifetime, unfortunately. So I have what they call CPTSD. Well, that's the other thing. Like, that's all the lawyers really give a shit about, is whether they're being paid or not. So no, he shouldn't, but as we know, he does, right? Shouldn't. Like, oh, see, maybe it was TB2, but I know someone said it. Like someone said they had. If you're able to work. I think if he's able to be in crowds like that all the time and stand for as long as he's standing, then you could definitely work. If you're not having to sit while standing for long periods, but you're carrying that big, heavy, I would never be able to carry the big, heavy flag. Like, no chance. Maybe for a few minutes, but like, other than that, no. Good for you. You can do that. I actually pay taxes on my income, so go right ahead. But you see that now, Tyler? If you're gonna come and troll, dude, at least find something to actually troll about. You know? Like, find something to actually troll about. I don't know who pissed in your Cheerios today, dude. But I do not dive for the pearls, no. Nope. I do not dive. He could have fun all he wants. Go ahead. I file as a sole proprietor, so he's just wasting time trolling. Somebody pissed in his Cheerios. See, oh, so that's why you're so upset. Someone, one of the mods must have given him a boot. Well, see, here's the thing with that, Tyler, is I'm not always the person giving said boot. So, see, this is what I have a problem with when it comes to the cult. So, you're blaming me because one of the mods gave you a boot or a timeout or whatever. Like, come on. Yes, you do still have to pay taxes on top of that. YouTube takes like 50% though. It's like a hefty amount that YouTube itself takes. And they don't pay out until you're over 100. It's either 50 or 100. I think it's 100. Over $100. So basically, if you make like $30 in one live show and then you don't make anything for the next two, you don't even get that $30 until you've hit 100. And then once you've hit 100, you have to wait until between the 21st and the 25th. So it's got to be before, you have to make the money before Get it to 100 before the 21st of the month for you to even get paid that month, or you have to wait an entire another month. The way YouTube works is really weird and strange, and I don't like it. Like, well, that's another thing. I don't make shit, so have fun with that. But I also pay taxes on it, and I can write it off too. He's clearly mad because someone gave him a boot, but, like, see, that's the problem that I have with the cult, blaming someone else for something someone else did. Like, you're blaming me because someone gave you a timeout. Like, well, I'm sure they really did, considering that I file as a sole proprietorship. I'm sure they really give a rat's ass. No, not all of them. Not all of them. Not all the motions. There's still a few left that she hasn't ruled on, you know? Oh, hey, freak. We have tried. See that, Tyler? I have tried. I am a very patient person. I try to be kind to everybody. I try to get to everybody. I try to make sure that, like, I get to even your comments, but I mean, that was a little uncalled for. Like, you can call them, have fun, be my guest. But to come here and just troll and just be rude, like, when was I rude to you? I would like to know. See, that's the problem that I have with the cult. That kind of cult behavior, like, you're mad because a mod timed you out. Okay, well, then ask which mod it was and ask why. That's kind of how you do things, right? It's like talking as adults and like getting down to the problem. Like, usually that's how it works. Like, yes, Lucia, let's. Like, let's. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, they also have the lesser included, the lesser includeds. So, but Amber said, even if Karen gets count 2 and 3, that's 13 years, and Bev's been itching to sentence. She'll be lucky to get 8 years at her age. That's a lot. I mean, yeah, even 4 years at that age would be a lot. I mean, I'd feel like even 3. Like, I find that funny since he lives in his mother's basement and his last job was a pizza place. So I find it funny coming from him. He has anything to say about anybody else. He should probably go check a mirror. I would hope that they would want to ask questions, the jury, you know? Like, like, you want the jury to ask questions. You want them to come back and be like, "Okay, Your Honor, we wanna know about X, Y, or Z, or can we have the paperwork for this, this, and this?" Like, you know? Potluck, there you are, my friend. Did you miss our thank you in the beginning? Did you miss that? If you did, you have to go back and watch it. I know. I'm aware. Everyone uses sock accounts. At least everybody over there. Most other people just use their regular names. Like, well, I do I have seen a lot, um, like, of people sort of even privately messaging me and sending, whatchamacallit, uh, DMs and whatnot on social media of people who, like, just don't wanna talk about it, like, publicly, but, like, now kinda see the light and, like, that ID documentary kinda woke a couple people up, you know? Like, that it's sad, but, like, that's what happened, you know? Like, yeah, I know, right? Yes, Jane, we were. We were saying thank you to you for the, incoming cam and, USB port and lights. And eventually we'll get a green screen back here. I can move this little desk I'm using. It's a table, not even a desk. I gotta get a desk too. I desperately need a desk for this room. But I can move this forward. I just get it closer to the wall because, like, even though I don't always mirror it, my signs are here. Um, but I can move it forward in the room. We can get the green screen behind me, you know? I think it was already settled, like, months ago, I thought, maybe. I mean, I think he said it had been, like, last year, didn't he? Maybe? Yes, and from multiple traumas, so more than one, like Yeah, Julie does have a car payment, that sucks too, like, and I know that she's still holding him, I think, on the insurance too, like, on hers, but it's probably cheaper for her to hold it still as, like, a family insurance than it is to take one person off. It might make your insurance go through the roof, so that makes sense why she would wanna keep him on the insurance instead of making the insurance go higher by only being her and the kids, you know? Because sometimes that's just, like, the way it works, unfortunately, with insurance, like I mean, true, some people do like pissing in their Cheerios, I don't know, like, you know? It is what it is, like, it is hard to get timed out, just don't be a dick, like, you know what I mean? Don't be a dick, you won't get timed out, like, you know what I mean? I don't do a lot of timing out. I don't even do a lot of booting, dude. It's just if you're, like, blatantly trolling, like, I do, Lynn, I do have them, I'd have to dig them out. I have some, on my Facebook, I think, um of some of the things I've made, especially the jewelry, the pearls. A lot of people like the rings. So, I drill and I'll set them into rings or like I also have like what they call cages. And so you can get pearls, colored pearls, and that's the ones I do, the colored ones. And you it's like a necklace and you open it up and you can put different colored pearls in it. So like you can put a blue one in there if you're wearing blue and close it. And then like a different day you get a pink one, you put a pink one in, it matches your outfit. So I have those too, like all sorts of different things, bracelets, necklaces, stuff like that. Yeah, YouTube is greedy as F, dude, to be fair. Like, I think they probably roped him into doing the buffer zone thing. I feel like they probably were like, "You need to do it, Tom. You." Like, hey, you know what? Let him report away. Have fun with that. I actually pay taxes, so I pay as a sole proprietorship, and PayPal even takes their own cut out of it. Yeah, that was, a little much. The Caitlyn stuff was very creepy. Morning, Bella, extremely creepy. Like, bro, come on. Like, no, you just go back and look at the evidence. You don't need me, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want people just listening to me either. Go look. You know what I mean? Go look. Like, go look. I have no idea. Like, so I can't go back and look at it right now because I'm live, but I also didn't realize you were timed out. I figured you just left like everybody else does. So I don't always know when these things are happening. Like my mods sort of take care of what they can. And if I see someone trolling immediately, like then they get blocked immediately. But most of the time, that's why I have mods. They deal with it. And so if you just aren't there, I assume you left. It doesn't tell me when a mod times or boots someone. I don't get an alert like, "Oh, hey, some this person was booted or whatever." Like I don't know. It doesn't tell me. So once again, you are throwing hatred my way for what? So I would love to know exactly what I pissed in your Cheerios about. Like I try to be very patient because I understand being on that other side of thinking that she's innocent. So like I do try to be very patient, you know? Like I get it. Like, I get where you could believe all that. I understand it, and that's why I try to be patient, you know? Like, okay, you do the rewind potluck. Do it 2 times, just get it 2 times, and then you can speed through it. Like, I know, I can't either, Erin. Picture her getting blocked, me neither, you know? Listen, then you could have sent me a message privately and been like, "Hey, Elise, I was timed out or blocked. Can you find out why?" And I would have been happy to go and ask and find out what it was specifically that happened. I can't always see everything in chat. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do chat. I'm trying to take messages. I'm trying to make sure I respond to people who are giving me information as it's coming in. Like, I'm doing a lot of things at once. So I'm trying my best to make sure that I'm monitoring everything, but I am not Superwoman. I am one human being. And I think that I have been more than patient and kind with you. My patience does not last forever, though. I promise you that. I mean, some people definitely wouldn't. And here's the thing. If he was blocked or actually 100% booted, he wouldn't even be allowed to be commenting right now. So clearly it was just a timeout. Over on EDBs, they're trigger happy. Yeah, see, like they're not trigger happy here. We don't have trigger happy mods. Like people don't just get timed out for like every tiny little thing. Like I let people sort of talk, but if you're insulting or you're trolling, like, yeah, you're gonna get a boot. And that's you're not even gonna get a timeout. Like, you're just gonna get a boot. Like, and a boot is like you don't get to come back and like comment. So if there was an issue, you should have brought it to my attention. You didn't. You chose instead to just go on a rampage of hate. Like, and that is the problem that I have with part of the FKR cult, which is they don't know how to use adult words to speak to each other and deal with any issues that need to be resolved, right? It's just a full out rage campaign. Like, that's not normal behavior. Like, she did do it to herself. I don't know why she ever would have thought that ID documentary was a good fucking idea. It's not. Everyone on any side should be agreeing, and most people do agree that it was a bad look. It was a bad look. She said too much. Like, it is overwhelming. So I'm with you on that, Jesse. Been there, right? A lot of us actually have. You're not the only one. Good morning, Lou. You're not the only one that believed it one way, right? And then took another look at it and was like, shit. No, Lou, we're at 16 now. We're at 16. We are at 16 and we will have court Monday. The Judge Canoni decided we will have court Monday and they're going to keep going even after they hit the 16. So 2 were dismissed and 3 were seated yesterday. And they hit 16, but they're going to keep going. I guess they thought they needed more, but with the rate that they're dismissing people, even after they've been seated for a couple days, I told you guys I thought 16 was a mistake anyway. So I'm glad that they're going to keep going. Like, yeah, but if you're that's the thing. Like, it's one thing to like have that argument with somebody else in chat. Like, I don't understand why time someone else. I don't know. Whatever. Not my channel. Not my channel. The judge did say 18, but I still feel like they need to go over that. You know what I mean? I think they need to go to at least 20, in my opinion. Obviously, that's just my opinion, Like, oh, you're totally welcome, Lynn. If you want to send me like a message, I can get them to you personally. I don't want to forget. And like, this becomes a lot. So like by the end of the show, I literally will forget. But if you want to send me a message on like Facebook or X or somewhere, I can send you pictures so you can look at them, even if you just want to look at them. But you got to remind me. I told you guys, don't remind me of things. Like, I will forget. Like, I am overwhelmed. I have a lot going on. You guys know I have kids. I have all sorts of stuff and this. So it's a lot. It's a lot for one person, dude. I'm only one human, guys. I am not Superwoman. I wish I was, though, because like flying would be fun. Super strength would be even funner. Like, I wish I was Superwoman. That'd be amazing. Like, you just figured that out? I freaking love your face, Anna. I love your face, Anna. Yes. Freak is delete LOLs. When 2 become 1, right? We're going back to the Spice Girls days. Chomo. But then you came in today, guns a-blazing, dude. Like, you didn't think in your head, like, maybe if I just message Elise and like, that didn't occur to you? Like, yeah, if she just stopped talking, but I don't think she's going to. That's half the problem. I don't think she's going to. You know what I mean? Like, I know you were. I know you were. Because remember, I know I know who you are on different screening. You know what I mean? Your screen name is different here than somewhere else, but I know who you are. Well, that's the thing. You didn't call EDB a liar, right? It was like someone else. Like, so why does it matter? Like, even if if you guys are so that's the thing. If you're streaming a trial, everybody else is going to have their opinion on like what. So like, I don't understand. Why does she do it then? Like, I don't understand. Like, it always goes both ways. But also, like, let's all remember that, like, there are like normal adult ways to like resolve things. Like, and messaging me would be one of it. And I think I've told you guys a million times that if like somehow you accidentally get timed out or accidentally get blocked and you're like, I have no idea why I would have been blocked, like to just send me a message, because sometimes when you're trying to like get rid of something else over there, if someone comments, it goes right up and boop, accidentally it happens. Like, that's why I tell you guys, like, make sure that if that happens, that you send me or someone else who's here like a message so we can fix it, because it does happen sometimes. Like, if I didn't know why, I would just be inquiring about whether it was an accident or whether like there was something I specifically said going forward that I maybe shouldn't. Like, just inquire like a grown adult. Like, you know what I mean? I do my best. I literally do my best. I'm looking at chat. I'm trying to take in information I'm getting all the time. I'm trying to answer text messages. I'm trying to do a million things at once, and I do my very best, but I am definitely not perfect and I am not Superwoman. That is for damn sure. Like, from the bushes. Oh, you were watching that long from the bushes? Oh, I love that for you. We have so many from the bushes, actually. Like, we do have a lot of people that are in the bushes, and I feel like I hope that encourages other people to come out of the bushes. Come out of the bushes, come out. Come out and hang out. Like, that's one of the reasons I started my page, was so that like people could understand in layman's terms some of this like legalese or some of this like complicated stuff that like, normal people wouldn't just get right away, you know? Like, that's the kind of stuff that I wanted to help sort of like sort out for people. But I feel like, I don't know, like, how many times have you sat there and listened to someone stream and they're talking about something and you're like, I don't want to sound stupid by asking what the fuck that means, but like, what the fuck does that mean? Especially when it's something that you're not specifically like, say I'm watching something about physics, right? We're doing a stream about physics and I'm interested in physics, but like, I don't know it all, right? So I get in that stream and they're starting to talk about something and I'm like, oh, I don't want to ask about that because that seems stupid, right? Like, for me to ask, but I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about if I don't ask. Like, there are no stupid questions here. I promise you. There are no stupid questions. I'm not going to call you stupid. Like, I'm going to answer it. But that's part of the reason why I started my channel, was so that people could ask those types of questions and like I could answer them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, what does this mean? Like, what does this legal term mean? Right. And I could explain to them the legal term and how it's used and why it's used. And then they would understand. So going forward, they would know, watching anybody's channel, not just mine, but anyone's, if that's the term they use, like a legalese term, that's what it means. Right. Like, so I do my best. I don't know everything. No one does, but I do my best. If there's something that I don't know, we'll figure it out together. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I just block entirely if it's trolling. Like, my mods usually give a timeout or something, but it does not alert me to when they time someone out. I don't know if people actually think that happens, but it doesn't. Like, and Ashley does an amazing job of protecting this chat and everyone in it, because she's not just protecting me, she's protecting everyone else in chat. Freak does an amazing job as well. All of my mods do. All of my mods do. Well, I try to be patient, because I get why people might not want to use their real names. I get why they might want to ask questions. I understand it, I understand it. Like, and, it's hard. Like, it's very, very hard. And that's the other thing. You're a mod, you're going to take heat, right, for doing anything from someone who doesn't like what you did. Like, and like I always said, like when I started my channel, like if I ever get to a point where I'm able to like pay my mods, like I'm gonna do it. I don't give a shit if that's people are like, well, that's not what you do. You don't pay mods. Like that's not like you don't do that. Like I don't give a shit if that's what you do or not. Like they should be paid for their hard work too. Like I'm not at that point, obviously, on my channel, but if I ever get to that point, I intend on making sure that the people that are spending their time protecting all of us in this chat and making it flow smoothly also get a fair share of doing work. This is not easy, you know? They have to look at everything, like, you know? That's very true. If I had a basement, I mean, I have a basement, but not one that you could stream in. It's just like a basement you can put things in and do laundry in. You know, the dark, dank basement. Not like the one that you know, the glare who wants to talk shit about everybody. Apparently, it was me and Kate the other day. Lives in at his mommy's house. Just a regular do your laundry basement. Like, all right, let's come on, guys. Let you know. Come on. Oh, it was from the Vanity Fair article. I thought there was something that she said. I could have sworn to God there was something that was that not something she said recently? That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That happened accidentally. That happened accidentally. That's exactly why. Because when that happened to you, Anna, that's when I was like, oh shit. Like, so that's why I tell you guys if it does happen, let me know because like it can actually happen accidentally and like without me ever knowing or realizing it. So unless I know, unless since the new year. Oh, see, I love that. I love that, Jesse. I love that. I know, right? I was like, I can't resist because it'll be Tuesday, but now it's going to be Monday. Now we have Monday. Now we have court Monday, you know? We have Monday court now. So, Maureen, I don't know why, but like, I just like before the like last year. So I'd say it's been a little over a year and a half since I like picked up a book about physics. And I forget what it was. It was something I was reading about like space because I happen to like stuff like space. And it was something that I was reading about space and like there was part of it had to do with physics. And I just got really interested. And I was like, I just want to like now, you know, because I'm one of those people that like I want to suck in the information, right? So I just got really interested in learning like what is it? Like, how does it work? Like, what does it apply to? Like, and so I picked up a book on physics and I just started sort of educating myself. Like, I don't know. I just, when I'm interested in something like that or like find it to be interesting, like, and I'm a bookworm. I love to read. Like, I always have been. I used to sit in my room, especially on a rainy day when there was nothing else to do. Like you couldn't go out with your friends because you can't play outside. And I would literally just pick up a book. I think the first like entire series I read back then was like Harry Potter. And as you guys know, those books got longer and longer and longer and longer. And I still have most of the books from Harry Potter. Like, but I am a bookworm. I love reading. I really do. Like, it is. It's a hard job. Good morning, Scorpio Moon Gal. So I do think I mean, I can protect you. I am Superwoman after all, you know? I do wish I was Superwoman or Wonder Woman. I'm not gonna lie, dude. The flying, maybe some X-ray vision, right? Like That would be fun. Oh, yeah, that's right. Monday's your birthday. We have 2 Monday birthdays, and a person who has passed on whose birthday also is Monday. So I'm going to remember to sing happy birthday to you guys on Monday. It's going to be a whole happy birthday Monday because we're going to be streaming. So we're going to have happy birthday Monday for you guys. Like, so they're allowed, like, they're not allowed to, like, ask questions like but during deliberation, they can send a question out to the judge and say, like, hey, can we get clarification on whatever thing they want clarification on? Or can we see this report? Or can we look at this visual? Like, whatever. They can ask, but it sometimes, just like the last trial, they can ask about something, but they don't necessarily are going to get the answer, or they're going to get it depending on what it is. So, but I feel like if they had questions about some of these things while they were deliberating, why didn't they send out more questions to the judge? I mean, they're not dumb people, okay? Why not send a question to the judge? If you were worried about charges or what you could or couldn't decide on, why not ask the judge? Why not clarify? Most juries, if they have a question about that, that's what they do. Send the question out, have the judge answer it to give a further instruction on what they can or can't do. So I don't understand, like, why they didn't, like, why they did not. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Like, so we're basically just going to see more jury, same thing as we've been seeing. But Tuesday will be opening statements. So that will be quite interesting to see opening statements and to see how long defense opening statements are compared to how long Brennan's opening statements are. Because I feel like he's going to make his a decent amount, but not too long. You never want it to be too long because then you risk it being convoluted and like losing interest, right? So you never want your opening statements to be 6 hours long. You just don't. You don't want to do it Alessi style, okay? You just really don't. You want it to get to the point. You want to tell the jury what the case is about, what you're going to show them, and then make sure that you show them what you're saying you're going to show them, okay? Don't promise them things that you don't show them, because if you say, I'm going to show this, and then you can't, they start to question why you said one thing and then couldn't produce what you're asking. You know what I mean? What you're saying you're going to give them. Like, so I feel like, I feel like Monday's just going to be more jury selection. So I guess they're just going to see how many more they can get in a day, I guess. I know they said they wanted 18, but maybe that's not possible. I don't know. Like, right? I had encyclopedias too. I had a whole set of encyclopedias. My dad bought them for me. Used to love that thing, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, Tuesday. That's exactly it. Tuesday is when shit gets real. So Jesse said, Chad, I know I've said it before, but the second Karen opened her mouth, that's where my mind went, whoa, wait a minute. And it went back and forth. And I'm still going back and forth, watching so many things. I mean, that you should always be questioning things. Smart to always question things. That's right. Jennifer's birthday. That's right. Yep. We got some birthday babes. I definitely 100% believed that she hit him unintentionally, wasted, but she did it. And I don't know why so many people tend to forget there was a police officer killed. I know. That really gets me. Not only that, but in the very, very beginning, before I thought she was like innocent, right? I thought maybe it was just an accident. Like she backed into him and didn't even know, right? Dropped him off. Cause that's what it sounded like on the news at first, was like, oh, she dropped him off, maybe backed into him, and that was that. And then for some reason, something about that news clip made me think, like, wait a second, something just doesn't sound right here. And as we know it now, like, clearly there wasn't something right. But my mind led me to believe, when everybody was saying she was like innocent, that maybe that's why I felt like something was wrong, like something wasn't right with that very first like news thing, right? But then obviously as time goes on and evidence comes out, you're like, oh shit, like no, there's no chance that she's innocent of it. Yes, opening statements are Tuesday. Your birthday's tomorrow? God damn it, why didn't you tell me? I would have sent you a cake or something. I would have sent you something for your birthday. Of each witness. Wait, I'm missing something. Did I not? What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry. I'm going through so many comments now. I have to look at the last thing you said so that you can clarify. My bad. Is it? Oh, the witnesses. They're not allowed to ask questions to the witnesses. No, they would not be allowed to do that. But Tuesday, yeah, Tuesday is when shit would get real. I mean, over time, I obviously realized like there's no way she did it and didn't know. She's got the alarms going off. You know what I mean? There's no way. There is no way. Right? Block out Tuesday from that busy calendar. Yeah. So opening statements would be the start of the trial. That's I mean, we're in it to win it at this point, guys. Like, we're in it to win it. Like, I'm dying to hear what the defense is going with too. 1.5 hour. That's technically how long we've been live. Am I missing something? I get confused sometimes when I get you guys' comments because by the time I get down to them, I've already said stuff. So I'm like, I have to think in my brain, like, what is this about? As we don't get the TV stuff that Rancid Reed has been on, can I ask what's the most incriminating thing she has said? Well, I hit him. Even if she wants to argue and she said, could I have hit him? Why would you think that? So I think the stuff in the ID documentary was pretty bad. Like the claim that she pulls the piece of glass out of his nose and he gushes blood. That's a real serious thing because he couldn't have been gushing blood when he was found at 6 a.m. because he was already gone. Like, even though it wasn't called, his time of death and stuff wasn't called until he got to the hospital, he was not breathing and had no pulse when they got to him. They tried life-saving efforts. They got him out of there, but he had no signs of life at that point. So he couldn't have gushed blood then. So that would lead you to believe that if she did pull a piece of glass out of his nose and he gushed blood or bled the way she claims, that would have had to have been her going back right after she did it or her going back before he died. So that's pretty incriminating. Like her saying she plucked a piece of taillight out of her own vehicle in the back and dropped it in John's driveway. It's pretty incriminating. And she told Gretchen Voss that in an interview. And then there's some stuff where her attorneys and her in recorded statements in an interview with Gretchen Voss, like voice recorded. So there's quite a bit of like things that we don't even know yet that the prosecution has that could be pretty damning, you know? I know, right? Oh, that's what. Okay. It's a new Vanity Fair article. Okay, got it. All right. It's not the old one because I was like, wait a second, hold on. I've read the old one. Doesn't make any sense. Like, got it. Thank you, Jane. Thank you. I know, right? Like, this is bingo for Alessi. So, how many times he says methodology? Methodology. The methodology. Bingo. Like, I don't have any thoughts. Grant Smith Ellis fan on that. That's kind of like personal people situation, not mine. I mean, all I can say is that I was there when Lauren claims that Kate was in court and saw her, and Kate did not see her. She didn't look at her, and Lauren didn't even know she was in the courtroom until after we were outside. So I was there that day, and I literally know that didn't happen. So, I mean, I don't think anything new happened in that situation. I don't think so. But my only comment would be, Kate was in the court and Lauren was, once we went outside and Kate came outside, Lauren's like, how'd she get in there? Like, she did not know she was in the courtroom when we were in the courtroom. Lauren was standing behind me and I told her to move in front of me at one point because the sewer turtle was looking like he was looking for her. So I was like, hey, you want to get in front of me so we can see you? We weren't looking around the courtroom to see who was in the courtroom. We were looking at the judge and what was going on. And they made us stand at the door with the doors open in rows. So there was like, I was in the first row, the second row, and the third row behind us, like standing there. So, I mean, Kate didn't look at her. She didn't like, Lauren didn't even know she was in that courtroom until we went outside and Kate came outside. So, I mean, that's my thoughts on that. Like, it's about it. Like, unless something new happened that you want thoughts on, I don't know. Right? Go read a book. I'm gonna get bored. I'm bored. Go read a book. Not letting you outside, though. Not cool. That, too. The inconsistencies are pretty bad. Hey, Sammy. Like, the inconsistencies, the inconsistent statements, or the changing of the story is pretty bad, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know why. I just did, you know? Ooh, we totally could. We could. Yeah, I do think John was a little blindsided, to be honest. Like, Sammy said, I know it's a tough take, but as horrible as the death of John is or was, I actually argue Karen's behavior since is even more detrimental. She had cost the community so much with her lies and deceit. Yeah, a lot. Like a lot, a lot. Like countless lives. And that ripple effect is gone far and wide. And I feel like that sort of gets forgotten in all of this because obviously the murder charges are like what's up in court, right? Like that's the biggest thing. But when you're sitting here talking about like everything else that's happened along the way, there's been so much hurt and pain just from simple lies being spread about people. And that's not cool either. That's not like the amount of lives that have been changed, altered, or hurt by those the numbers you can't even add up anymore. It's so high. It's so high. Like it's it's amazing to me that people sort of miss that part, right? Of all the things, like Lindsay's been tortured. Okay. My friend has been tortured. And I'll say this first and foremost that I have certain words set in my chat that if you use one of those words, it will block the comment. So it automatically like will not pop up. And like specific like cult words, derogatory terms that it will literally block the comment. And a lot of them are used towards her. And listen, I know her. Most of you do not. I do. I know her as a person. I know her as a friend, and even closer as basically family now, and her children. And she's a great mom and a good person. And it hurts my heart the shit that people say, even people from this side that have believed some of the BS that he has thrown out there about her. Like, the funny part about it is she would have talked to anyone happily or answered anybody's questions happily, if they weren't coming at her like maniacs, like she's a good person and she's kind of an open book and, she has been fucking tortured. Her and her minor children have been tortured. Their lives flipped upside down. And that is unexcusable. Unexcusable. That's Darvo in its truest form, what has happened to her. These are children. Okay. She's got 4 children. She's a single mom of 4 children. And her entire life revolves around those kids. Everything she does is for those kids, night and day. Okay. I don't know anybody else that does as much as she does when it comes to those kids. She's a mama bear and a very protective mama bear, just like I am when it comes to your babies. Any mom is going to be, any parent is going to be, any dad is going to be like those are your babies. You know what I mean? But the things that have been done to them, the lies that have been spread about them are reprehensible. They're disgusting. And she doesn't get a lot of support. For whatever reason, people choose to believe even a quarter of what he says, and the support just isn't there. And it's sad to watch. It makes me lose that little bit of humanity that you think exists when it comes to like kindness. You're like what happened? Like people just didn't bother to realize that like this has been done to a multitude of people before her. Just gonna believe the shit the sewer turtle throws out there, like no matter how he moves it, clips it, twists it, like he's the perpetual victim and she's the bad person. Like it's the opposite way around. And it's amazing to me how many people believe that the perpetual victim is the what they call FV. He's the real fake victim. It's that simple. Like everything is a conspiracy against him. Everybody's out to get him, and he's always a victim. Does that not sound like a person who's a fake victim? Because to me, that sounds like someone who's a fake victim. There's a man running to the police station trying to get people charged with crimes they didn't commit as a revenge act. That's what he does. Like, it's not normal, okay? That's reversing things on other people to hide your own shit. Like, come on. Oh my God, cost hundreds of thousands, probably millions with this charade. The people's lives that she has hurt with it and the money it has cost them alone, like, I couldn't even calculate that. Couldn't even attempt to calculate that. Like, Jesse said the ripple effect is no joke. The kids and O'Keefe family, I can't even begin to imagine what they're going through. I don't even know if they can even sleep. My mind doesn't stop, and I am not even related. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, even when you start to get to know some of these people, you're like, I just, and you've been through it yourself, you're like, shit, like, what I've been through is bad, right? I can only imagine what they've been through. It's 10 times as worse. Like, that hurts my heart. That hurts my heart. Like, that is, those kids have lost 3 parents. 3 in their very short lives, okay? I lost my dad when I was 21. My stepdad adopted me when I was a kid. I didn't know my real dad until I was an adult, and he was dad. He was the one who read me stories and taught me how to tie my shoes and ride my bike, and you know what I mean? Him and my grandfather were the male role models in my life, and my dad, even when my mom and dad split, like, he didn't just come and get my sisters who were his biological kids. He came in and got all of us because I was his oldest daughter. He never introduced me as, this is my stepdaughter. This is my oldest daughter, right? Like, losing my dad even at 21 was really hard, especially since it was from suicide. That was even harder. When I had my wedding, we played a song in place of the father-daughter dance. That was one of my dad's favorite songs. It was Hotel California from the Eagles. But it was really hard to not have my dad to walk me down the aisle, right? Not have my dad there to do the father-daughter dance. Like, those are moments that, like, you never get back in time, you know? Like, these kids will never have those moments. The daddy-daughter dances and all of these things that happen, like your dad pitching you your first, game, or watching you hit your first game-winning home run. Like, these kids have lost these things that you can never get back, right? And, like, even as an adult losing it, it's hard. I can only imagine what it's like at such a young age to not have that. Like, that's something that's gonna ache in their heart forever, even when they're just doing normal things, because they get to look around and everybody's parents are there, and their parents are not there. And no matter who replaces them as caregivers, like, having your own parents is very different than not having your own parents, right? Oh, yeah, maybe an hour and a half each, Maureen, you're right. That's probably a good time. An hour and a half for opening statements is probably exactly a good time. Jackson will have to tone it down. Well, that's the thing. I don't think he thinks he needs to tone it down, but he's not getting that. Like, what works in California does not work here in Boston. Like, we don't appreciate that kind of behavior. Sorry. Like, I do think they'll use a lot of that. Proctor, 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 Proctor. Proctor never went to Fairview, so that kind of doesn't work for their whole, thing. Yes, happy birthday weekend, freak. God damn it. Which day is yours? See, you guys don't tell me. Now I need to. Right? I think it is spot on to do the consciousness of guilt. 100%. 100%. How she behaved post is completely atypical of an innocent person. I think when you put it all together, you start to be like, what in the hell? Like, what in the hell? Like, putting these things together would be really good, as some may not have got it all. Well, that's true. I mean, if there's like specific things you guys want to talk about, let me know. Like, we'll talk about them. You know what I mean? Like, I know, God, we have so many birthdays coming. We're gonna have to do something for you guys. We'll figure it out. It is a tool of innocence fraud. Like, I know, right? IV, please. I think what I need is like a shot of like caffeine or something when he starts talking, because it like makes me go to sleep. Like, I want to take a nap. Like, I just like completely, my brain starts to tune out and I have to tune it back in, right? Like, I'm not a fan of the strawberry one. I like the regular one, but listen, if that's your favorite, I am so happy for you, because once you have a favorite of these, like, that's just the one you're always going to want to go to. My favorite's actually the OMG blow pop. That one and the sour apple blow pop. Those are my favorites. And the regular blow, but they haven't had OMG or sour apple. And I should just have LG here, Miss Leah, get them for me, because she probably can down there. I should send her the money and have her send them back up. It's probably cheaper than trying to get them from New Hampshire. And she could probably get the flavors I want. That too. And Karen was not taking no. Like, was not taking no. Unfortunately. Like, yeah, it's some weird speculations. Like, weird. Not following. No, I'm not following. I mean, the only ugly, twisted, and tragic face, that one that spews the venomous and false statements, like that one, the sewer turtle one. Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's a bad person. We know. You know, we know he's a terrible person. Thank you for pointing that out. He's a terrible human being. Well, that's the thing. It's like she enjoys it, Jennifer, right? Like, we've seen that, like, enjoying it. Like, it's weird. Like, that's the other thing. Colin can't get back. Can't get back. He cannot get back what has been taken from him. Like, cannot. Literally cannot. What was taken from him, he'll never get back. Hey, Maestro. Karen's a poo head. The poo head. It's a true statement. But Colin never gets to get that experience back. College experience, the sports scholarship, just hanging out with his buddies, being a college kid, doing stupid shit, probably some reckless shit, but that's how you learn. It's how you get into adulthood. We've all done it. Like, he doesn't get that. He doesn't get that experience anymore. That was taken from him for nothing more than just existing. For existing. For going to a family member's house and leaving before Karen and John arrived. All those things were taken from him. Like, I don't know how they do it. I couldn't, to be fair, like, I wouldn't be able to keep my cool in a way that, like, I wasn't like, well, this woman's a piece of shit, and so are you, to the attorney. Like, I'd have to give them a piece of my mind. Like, you know, I would have had to. Absolutely would have had to. There's no way. Like, let's see. Yeah, I think that too. And I don't think she's different than him at all. I think they're the same. Maybe why she's a fan. Could explain it. Like, could, very much could. Catch these people don't see how much Karen has enjoyed. Yeah, we did this one, right? Yeah. I mean, takes delight in, but she takes delight in all of it. It's all an attention for her, Elle Magazine wants to talk to me. Should I do it? Like, no, you shouldn't do it. You should take your right to shut the fuck up. Like, you should take your right to shut the fuck up. Like, it's simple. Like, let's see. I couldn't, yeah, I definitely couldn't keep my cool. I definitely have to tell them that they suck. Like, I'm dead. Like, yeah, see, I don't smoke weed, so but I do hear that people have like good flavors of like the weed vapes. I don't smoke weed, so I wouldn't know, but this is just a tobacco vape. The Geek Bar ones are very popular and they have like very full flavor to them. And I've quit smoking, so this is it. Like, you know, Allie broke my goddamn heart. I had to I started choking up, so I had to like put a put my mute on and then shut my camera off because I started to cry because Allie is a young woman, Colin is the age of my oldest daughter. And it starts to get to you as a parent that like any kid has to deal with that. Oh, I give Paul and Peggy a lot of credit. They're very strong individuals. They're very strong people. Very strong people. And they're good people, you know? They're good people. So I think yeah, he had a sports scholarship. A sports scholarship, Jesse. It breaks my heart too, you know? Like, I don't know. I heard that from one of you guys, but I got to go and check and see if John's dad was at it. I'm not really sure. Um, but I have to check. I don't know why they would. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, but whatever. Like, I'm going to answer this question, Jesse. Hold on. Let me just get to some of these other ones real quick because I think this one's going to take me a second to talk about since the witness list is so long. Leon said, isn't Massachusetts per se a defamation state too? As in, you don't even need to prove damages for defamation. Should make it much easier for the families to sue a lot of these people. Well, make no mistake when I say like there will be civil suits, and you might not. I mean, it's a lower threshold, obviously, in civil suits than it is in criminal when it comes to evidence. But a lot of the stuff like is provable pretty easily, and I think that's going to be his biggest hurdle. Is a lot of it is easily provable. The fact that he knew it was defamation and had been told numerous times. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that is going to be a hurdle he can't get over. Like, there's going to be a lot of civil suits and he's going to be sued into oblivion. Like, yep, sports scholarship right down the tubes. Like, that's terrible. Like, you know, hit that like button, everybody. I can't highlight your comment, Ashley, because I don't want to forget about this one that I put on the screen that I'm going to answer. Yeah, I don't smoke weed, so I don't know, but I just have my tobacco one. CBD has worked for some of my chronic pain. I used to get patches, but the patches are getting very expensive. They're over like $100 and something for a 30-day supply, and I just couldn't keep affording to spend all that money on the patches. So I stopped buying them. I mean, they do help though, I'll tell you that much. The CBD patches were kind of a godsend for my arthritis and the fibro pain. Um, Everything that happened to Colin is heartbreaking. Like, adding John's parents was probably just a way for them to be assholes, if they added them. Like, I mean, if I totally could walk your dog, Anna, I would. Like, oh, geez, they died from vaping too much? That's no good. I mean, I only use the ones that, like, you know, I don't buy, like, ones that, like, no, brands that aren't, nobody really knows and that couldn't really be, as far as the research I did on this one hasn't been linked to anything bad or anything like that. So, anybody dying from popcorn lung or anything like that. Like, I mean, it's possible to do the edibles. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm just not like weed has never really made me feel it makes me like dry mouth and it makes me like paranoid. I just don't like it. Like, Well, yeah, Barb, I agree with you. It's bad lawyering to let your client keep talking, especially knowing some of the things that she's already saying are being used against her in a court of law. You probably wouldn't keep letting her speak, Like, that's crazy talk. Like, so I do think that it's a good witness list. I don't think anybody needs to be added because at least, like, I think Natalie's on this one, not that she wasn't on the last one, but I think there might be a good chance that Hank calls Natalie if he wants to do consciousness of guilt, because that would be a good way to prove it. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. Like, I don't think anybody should be added because I think it's a pretty good list. Taken out, I don't think necessarily. I mean, Hank said he wasn't doing the Bermuda shit, but he still got, the Sullivan sisters and stuff on there. So I don't necessarily know if he's going to use them though. So, I mean, taken out, I guess you might be able to take out some of the first responders. I don't think you need them all. If some of them, like the ones that didn't hear anything or really, if they saw the same things as some of the other ones, you really don't need to use them. You could probably take out, let's see, you want Karen's parents because they had those conversations. So even if they get up there and lie, then at least they're committing perjury and you might be able to get them on that later. I think you want the first responders that heard anything. You want the witnesses. I don't know. Like I don't think you want the experts. So there isn't really anybody I think that needs to come off the witness list, at least for the Commonwealth. For the prosecution, for the defense. I mean, I feel like if they put John's parents on there, they just did it to be assholes because there's nothing that they're going to testify to that's going to help them. And they're exempt anyway. It's not like they're going to have to leave the court. They're exempt. They're allowed to sit there. So I don't know. Like for them, I think Dr. Russell obviously should have been subtracted. All right. Arca should have been subtracted. And the Richard Green. But lucky. But also on the other side of it is my opinion of let them testify. They were absolute messes in the first trial. Let them testify and look inconsistent and be impeached again. Like, because it just helps the Commonwealth's case. So on one side where you can argue they shouldn't like be allowed to testify, especially Russell and Green. Like, she's not an expert in this. Like, Green read it wrong. Like, and he had to admit to it on the stand. That's like a no good, Why you want to make fools of yourselves, I don't really know. But on the other hand, it helps the Commonwealth to impeach these people and show that what they're saying is not true. So it's kind of like something that you have to weigh. And I think Hank has weighed it. And I think, in my opinion, it's probably smarter to put them back on the stand and impeach them than it is to just not have them at all. You know what I mean? If you didn't have them at all, cool, it would make it harder for the defense. But like the defense's theory is all nonsense anyway, with no actual evidence or anything to back it up at all. Right? They're not allowed to use Colin as third-party culprit because he wasn't even there. So now they're left with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. All right. Brian Higgins was the first person, I think, to leave. Like, so once again, that's weird. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why use him? Why use Higgins if he's the first person to leave, right? What you're going to argue that Higgins liked Karen so much? Well, Karen was the one who stole his number out of John's phone, right? And started contacting him. So no, Karen did connect to John's Wi-Fi at like 12:41 or something like that. I can't remember the exact time, but Karen connected to John's Wi-Fi at home. Peppercorn? That is interesting information, Liam. Me and you are going to have this conversation later. I have questions. I have questions. I don't think they're going to go. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that they're going to sue Vinny. Maybe. I don't know. You never know. I do think that like it's a bad look for some of the stuff he has said. But I think that you will see quite a bit of civil suits coming down right after her case is over. Well, welcome for finding us. Well, we have 16 jurors. Opening statements start Tuesday. And Monday they are going to have court, and they're going to go for a couple more jurors if they can get a couple more. So that's kind of like the newer stuff. If you haven't been keeping up, there's a couple outstanding motions that haven't been ruled on yet that I don't think the judge is going to rule on until like they're ready to start trial or even during trial at some point. So I mean, there's not a ton of like new information. But since the trial is really about to start and we're about to be here every day talking about it and streaming it, I think we're going to find some interesting information when it comes to that car data. And now Hank has the paw and the teeth molds of Chloe, even though the defense is sort of trying to switch to it wasn't Chloe, it was a random dog and or animal. I don't know how you would switch to that after blaming Chloe for so long. You have to, because we have the bite patterns from Chloe from before John died. And we have the bite patterns of Chloe from after. So they can't say she was missing teeth or something was different. Like, they have the bite patterns from before she died from biting another dog. So we know, okay, Chloe got along fine with people. It was just animals. She just didn't like other dogs. Like, I can't remember the exact time. Someone else here probably does. I don't have the exact time in my head, but it did connect. There is no believing. It did connect to John's Wi-Fi at home. I agree that that's exactly what he's going to do. Is he's very, very clever, and he knows which witnesses he needs to use to have them answer it in a way that like maybe something else comes in, because the answers to these questions, especially about specific things, like, are the same answers we got last time. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a new answer. So like, which witnesses to call, like, and I believe that he absolutely knows in what order is going to do best. And I'm so glad they're doing so many more visuals. He asked for a bigger screen to show stuff on, which I thought was brilliant. You want everybody, even the jury, to be able to see the whole thing. Okay. So we got more visuals. We have a timeline that he's going to nail down. And then you have the new evidence. Okay. And there's probably some things we don't even know about yet. And that is what's going to be so interesting about streaming this with you guys, is we're all going to find out in real time, like some of this new stuff. Like, oh, Creamy, no, you're right. His followers are vile and venomous sycophants. You're right. They are. They're terrible. They're terrible. And you're right. Colin wasn't even there. Was not even there. You're right. Convict Karen Reed. Thank you, Creamy Null. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Bye now. You're totally welcome. Yeah, I mean, even if they do have them listed, I don't know what they're going to get out of them by even calling them as witnesses. They're exempt, so it's not like they have to leave the court and not watch. They're already exempt. So adding them, if they did, it really doesn't make much sense. Like, yep, they have the ones. So before John ever died, and then now after, they have, not only did Hank go down to where Chloe currently is located and get the bite, but he also got molds of the paws. So just saying, like, have you ever been to that area? PHG? Have you ever been to the area? Because it wouldn't take that long at all to get from one place to the other, especially in the middle of the night with no traffic. And Canton is about as dead as a doornail at that time of night. Yes, they got her paws too. Right? Free poor Chloe. Like, something about the terms in the weed and the chemicals in the peppercorn. That's so strange. I've never heard that before. That's really good information, though. Like, yes, the CERT team did find pieces of the taillight that day. That's right. The person who like tried to pull their dog apart from Chloe got bit, but they don't even know if it was their dog or Chloe that ended up biting. But why would you put your hands in the middle of a dog's biting or fighting with each other. Like, why would you put your hand in the middle? It's not very smart. But that person, even in the report, says they don't know whose dog bit her, whether it was Chloe or whether it was her own dog. Like, so the whole idea that like Chloe attacked someone because of that fight that she had with another dog is just ridiculous. Like, I mean, might be worth it if like you're asking for them to like have to turn over their right to ever have a channel again or talk about it again. Maybe that would be real hard to do, but I mean, if they don't have the funds to be sued, it's kind of purposeless. You know what I mean? Like, what about the red pieces? What times are you saying don't add up? Have you ever been to the area? Do you know how fast it takes to get there? Well, that's because it doesn't match. That's why they want to drop it. But it's like nobody finds that like at all, like to be a problem. Some parts of the red taillight were found by the CERT team that night. They took pictures of them where they found them. It's in evidence. So then you would know that absolutely 100% plausible that that's when she got back to his house from Fairview. So I don't know what is confusing you about the times exactly. Doesn't matter how big or small the pieces were. They found pieces that night. It does, here's the thing. You know the answer to that though. So you know the answer to when most of them, some of them were recovered that night. Other pieces were then recovered over time as the snow melted. So the PD would drive by to see if anything else would be uncovered when the snow started melting, and they would find pieces periodically when the snow started melting. So, I mean, that's not out of the realm of like, I could go to the end of my driveway, and if my whole thing is snow, right? And I break a glass out there into a billion pieces, and the plows push some of it, and it gets pushed into my, curb area, or like into my driveway or into my grass. You're probably not going to, even if they were purple, you're probably not going to find them all until the snow starts to melt. When the snow starts to melt, you're going to find pieces after it melts, right? Like, I can tell you that my grandparents owned a house in Weymouth for an extremely long period of time, probably 30, maybe 40 years. I don't know, a long time. And we lived sort of on like a main road. So when an accident would happen, some of that like glass and pieces of plastic from like the car would remain there for like a year. Like, like they don't do street sweeping there. So like whatever they didn't pick up from the scene at the time, even without snow, would just remain kind of there against the curb. Like, so I mean, not out of the realm of craziness, especially with the amount of snow that New England can get, that you're not going to find them until all of them until the snow melts. Like, yeah, well, we also know by the video that her taillight completely clears John's car, and that they're two different, like one is higher than the other. The Traverse and her car are not equal in height. One is higher than the other. So her taillight completely clears John's car, and her car hits John's car. So her own experts say that she could not have broken her tail like that. And we also know that didn't happen because we know it was broken before that. So not only that, but we also know that all of her emergency beeping and stuff was on because we heard it in her butt dial when she pulled into John's garage. Beep, 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 beep. So it was working. So as she's backing up to John's car, we know it would have been going off the same way as when she backed up in Fairview, it would have been going off. Like, Yes, the CERT team did find pieces that night. Yeah, he had taillight pieces in his clothes when they removed him. They took his clothes and bagged him up at the hospital, but they cut it off of him because that's their job, right? Is to like save lives. Like cut it. They're not gonna, not gonna leave it on him. Like they need to cut it off to try to save his life. Like, yeah, she did. She said it was on. Admitted in an interview, her car makes beeping noises to alert her of her surroundings. You can see her inch and aim her car to John's car in a specific spot. Well, that's the thing. You're gonna hear, you know, you're gonna see like in the video that like her car tail light, the end of the car completely clears John's car. It's her car that sort of bumps his car, not the tail light. Like, I don't think it was like most recovered by any one person. They were kind of recovered over a period of time, rightly so because of the snow. And because they didn't recover like all of the pieces all at once, Canton PD kept driving past as the snow started melting to see if they could recover anything else. And they did. There was a lot of space, but if you've ever been there, it is tight. Like coming out of the garage, it looks bigger than it is. Like coming out of the garage where she was backing up into where John's Traverse was parked, like it's an awkward driveway. It's kind of awkward. Like there's no doubt that she knew how to come out of that driveway and go. I mean, she had done it how many times, you know what I mean? So it's not like she didn't know how to do it. So I'm not, saying that like magically it's so tight she would not know how to do it. She's done it a billion times before that. But what I am saying is it's definitely smaller than what the pictures make it look like if you see it in person. Like, well, she had to have known because the alarms were going off, like beep, 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 beep. You know what I mean? Like beeping. Like, and at that point, right, the third team, there was still snowing, still snowing. So like a ton of snow throughout this entire thing. It's not going to be feasible to find every piece that night. It would never have been feasible to find every piece that night. I think everybody should be able to agree on that very basic thing is that there's no chance that we're ever going to find every piece, whether it was red or not, like in that snow. They were digging with shovels and they were overturning. And every time they would find a piece, they would stop and take a picture. But they were literally digging, you know what I mean? Like, and snow is still coming down. So like even with the shovel, if you're digging and you overturn some snow and you don't see anything, like okay, you assume like you don't see nothing there. Like you keep digging. So some of those pieces that they probably could have found if it wasn't snowing as much, like were overturned when they were shoveling and weren't found until the snow melted. Well, that's what the CERT team is for, though. The CERT team is literally that's their job. Their job is to come and search for evidence in a grid pattern, the way that they did, because that's their specialized part of their specialized job is to come and search for evidence like that. So, like waiting for the CERT team is not out of the normal. That's what their job is to do. You know, there was microscopic pieces in his clothes. Of course, it would be commingled. It's in his clothes. How would you unmingle it? It's in his clothes. So you can't unmingle something that's together. How are you going to pick out microscopic pieces of taillight from his clothes and separate them? Never mind the fact that you wouldn't want to separate them. If they're in his clothes, they're there for a reason. They got there somehow. That's another thing. It wasn't right away a crime scene either. At least declared a crime scene yet. Like, that's it. 12:31, they said he unbuckled. We know that that's what time. I think that's what Hank said. 12:31 is when he unbuckled his seatbelt. Yeah, you know how long it took her to back up? It was seconds. Literal seconds. So she backs up, hits him, and immediately leaves. Yes, it's plenty feasible. That absolutely adds up. What do you mean? What doesn't add up about it? I'm not understanding what you're thinking doesn't add up about it. Like piece of glass she pulled out of his nose. She claims, like, I don't know why that was the first time she said it, you know? I don't know. Um, I think she left right away at first. I don't think she got out. I think she left right away. I think if she came back, she came back around 5. I would guess. If she came back, it would be around 5. That would be my best guess. Um, but why did she say she pulled a piece of glass from his nose? Because the way she said it is that he gushed blood. Now that wouldn't have happened at 6 because he had no signs of life at that point. Um, so I mean, dead people don't gush blood. I'm not sure. Like, they did put the taillight back together piece by piece, in the lab. They should put it all back together. Yeah, that's a good sheet to look up if you want more information. She is on the FKR side of things, but there's the times and stuff are on there. Yeah, no, there's no, first of all, there's no such person as Mark. I don't know what? But what did you click on when you Googled it? Like, you also have to like click on an actual resource that's telling truth and not just making shit up. Cause I don't know where they would, like, that's not Proctor's name. So I'm confused. Like, name's not Mark. Yeah, that was at 6 in the morning. Like, that was shit at that point. Like, it does. It's getting heavy at that point, and I feel bad for anybody who had to drive in that, to be honest. I drive in the snow because, like, I'm a champ at this point and used to do plowing and stuff, but I know my mom won't even drive in the snow. She will not. If it's going to snow like that, she will not even drive in it. She's not comfortable with it. Like, yeah, we have plenty of pictures of the thing being broken, you know? Yeah, for me, it's kind of like meh, blizzards, just snow, but like people who don't know how to drive in it, like it could be shitty for them, you know? Like, yeah, sometimes I feel like they need to fix their fucking AI, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, AI is good for some things and other things you're kind of like, what the hell AI? Like, that's clearly not a thing. Like, Gonna put Google on the witness list. We put Google on the business. No, I get it. No, I get what you're saying. That's what Google said. I get it. Like, obviously, there's no such person as Mark Brook. That's not his name. So, like, we know that that's not right. You know what I mean? And he is not the one who found the tail, most of the tail light. He wasn't even there. Wasn't even there. It was God, the Chief Berkowitz found pieces after that because he's the one who did the drive-bys in the morning when the snow was melting in the mornings, just every couple days or so, to see if anything else would arise. And so it was Chief Berkowitz that found some of the other pieces of taillight after the snow started to melt. Well, that's another thing. 4 AM. I mean, think about that. Would you be worrying about where he is just 4 hours later? And why minutes later are you calling and saying nobody knows where you are? If you say, and not for 9 months, but you say after 9 months, you're after being arrested, 9 months later, you say you watched him walk up the driveway and peek his head to the door. And then it was that he skipped. Now it's that he skipped. He walk skipped. Um, why would you be asking minutes later on a voicemail that nobody knows where he is? Does that make any logical sense to anybody? Also, why are you waking up his niece at 4 something in the morning and saying you think he got hit by a plow? And you call Carrie and say, Carrie got hit by a plow and hang up. Like, these things don't add up. Okay. They don't add up. And I think at that point, she realizes like it's bad and she's got to come up with a good cover story on how he got there like that. And the plow was the best thing she could think of. Like, you know? Well, that's another thing you have to remember. If she's saying she pulled glass out of his nose, she also said before that there was a gash in his nose and it could have been broken in the text messages that we have from her and the sewer turtle. So why would you think that if you're the one who pulled the glass out of his nose? These things don't add up. That's so weird. I don't know why it says Mark Proctor. It's like strange. I'm totally confused. Like, do better, AI. Do better. Like, do better, AI. Oh, good morning, Penny. Good morning, my friend. I'm going to check real quick since we're 2 hours and 22 minutes in. If I need to read any donations real quick, I don't think there's any, but I just want to make sure because I don't want to miss anyone. Nope. Just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. But if you want to, this is how you can do it. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We would really appreciate it. You can also hit the like and subscribe button. You can also share the video. We would appreciate that too. And that's how you can support the channel. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff doesn't add up in the things that she's saying, and it's also completely against like some of her own things that she has said. So that's where it becomes like suspect. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's so weird because we know it's obviously Chief Berkowitz probably found the most pieces because he was Canton PD and he was the one sort of tasked to drive by every couple of days as the snow melted to see what else was left, if anything. But yeah, they do have the pictures of when they put it together, back together. Proctor never had the taillight, so let's see. David Proctor. I called him David Proctor now. Get your shit together, AI. Like, come on, man. Come on, AI. Get your shit together. Well, somebody suggested ask Google. But I do have all the times and stuff written down. But I have to go like get one of my notebooks and look. The hair was in the housing for the taillight. Which is it's such a strange place for it to be, you know? Like, yep, exactly. AI SERP responses hallucinate a lot. Clearly, they've named Proctor like 3 different names by now. Like, maybe he should know that AI changed his name. Well, we know he hadn't at that point in time. He had other officers. There were other officers there tasked with doing that, and because of the storm and stuff, him and Buchanan were doing other things. They went to the hospital. They didn't go to 34. They went to the hospital. You know, that's the thing though, it should. I feel like it should, right? Like, make AI better. Let them have the court documents and, like, especially in cases, because then, like, when you look up AI and you get kind of information like that, then you're gonna think, like, "Okay, that's the real information," and then maybe you put that out there, and then that's how misinformation spreads, right? Like, do better, Google. Do better, AI. Come on, man. Like, but he didn't, and they have a video and pictures. The CERT team did find those pieces. Proctor wasn't there. He was at the hospital. We have pictures of him there too. There's video and pictures of him there. That's what I'm saying. Like, he wasn't even at Fairview. There's cameras at the hospital, and we have picture from those cameras like that exist. He was at the hospital. Like, so while CPD was at the scene trying to find the first pieces, he went to the hospital with Buchanan. He never went to 34 that day at all. The CERT team found what after Canton PD found, the CERT team found the next pieces. And after that, it was Berkowitz. He never went and looked for pieces of taillight. That wasn't his part of his, like, what he was doing. Like, that's what the CERT team was for. And then Berkowitz, because he's Canton PD's chief. And he sort of drove past there every couple of days as the snow was melting to see if they could recover anything else. So, I mean, I don't think it would change my mind because there's still a ton of other evidence, but we know that he wasn't there and we know that he didn't find those pieces of taillight though. That's a fact. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do what ifs with things that are facts. Like, the fact is the CERT team found it, not him. At first, she didn't realize in her drunk rage how bad the situation was. Her first voicemails were to get a rise out of him, get him responding. When he didn't, things started dawning on her badly. I mean, maybe she didn't realize how badly she had hurt him when he started not answering. And I think that's where she like started panicking at like 4 a.m., realizing that like, oh shit, maybe I hit him so hard he didn't get up. You know? Yeah, I wouldn't call my parents unless something really bad happened at that point in time in the morning. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not calling them just to talk to them about an argument. That's for sure. Like, right. We know that they're a match to her taillight. Like, I just told you who found them. And you can go look that stuff up. It's in the first trial. It's in the documents. The CERT team after TPD and then Chief Berkowitz, when he drove past every couple of days, are the ones that found them. You know? Give me 1 second, you guys. My vape just died. I just want to plug it in. Get my other one. Give me 1 second. Cherry brie, just for you. I got my cherry one out. It's Sagittarius cherry too. It's a good one. It's a good one. Maybe they could maybe a spokesperson for them. Geek Bar, call me. DJ said that's exactly what I think. Illuminating Ink said the broken glass proves timeline when John was killed. If he went inside, why would the killers put his body outside with his glass? Well, we also know that he took Karen's glass. Now, that's another thing she said that wasn't said before. We do know that her, whatchamacallit, her straw, it was like this. It was like a black drinking straw that they found on scene as well, you know? And that's the other thing that people don't realize. Like, oh, the cops never went in. They could have went in. They did go in. They went in that morning right after Jen McCabe. They sent Jen in to make sure everybody inside was okay. The door wasn't locked. They don't lock their door. So Jen went inside, woke them up. They came downstairs and an officer came in. Like, you know what I mean? Like that. What else did you want them to do? Like, yeah. And in the documentary, she said that he took the glass from her car when he exited. Like, it would have happened. It would have happened to have happened in 4 seconds. Within a 4-second time period. Like, I get what you mean though. Like, look it up, you know? I guess Google is kind of like a figure of speech, which is like Google it, which means like look it up. You know what I mean? Like just look it up. But there are court documents and court testimony. And I think, Tyler, if you watch this upcoming trial and you actually watch it like without like the bias in your brain, like actually listen to what's happening with the prosecution side of the case and not just the defense. Okay. I listen to both sides. I don't talk over everything the defense is saying. You'll find a lot of channels just talk over the other side that they don't. I want to hear it all. I want to hear every question. I want to hear every answer. Like, I want to hear it, right? So you got to pay attention to everything, and things that like have evidence to them. You have to concede that those things happened, right? Because we have them they're documented. Like her car data doesn't lie, and she never argued she was not the one driving that vehicle, right? If she had been arguing she wasn't driving the vehicle and someone else was driving, maybe we'd have a different story. But she admitted to driving the vehicle. So unless someone else was driving that vehicle, you can't fudge that data. So we have the car data and then we have the phone data. Those are such good snapshot in time, right? She backs up, seconds within her backing up, seconds within seconds of her backing up. John's phone stops moving forever in the spot he is later found in at 6 a.m. Okay. That's a pretty good timeline of what happened there. Like, listen, I try to be patient and try to be kind, Jack. It's, I try. I try, I try. I don't care. Those lyrics were good, freak. I listened to it and I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. We're going to have to play it. I don't know how you guys do those AI songs, but they're amazing. I need to make one for the channel. That'd be cool. Oh, you know what we need to make one for? For sidebars. We need to make little clip videos for sidebars. That's what I need. I need someone to make me good clip videos for sidebars and for when people donate. Because I feel like we need something for that too. Like, I mean, even if the neighbors didn't, because the wind was howling, so you weren't really going to hear much. But like, you don't get beat up on one side. Okay, number one. Number two, that violent fight would have had to happen within 4 seconds. 4 seconds. Also, we know that the feds got all of their phone data and their geolocations and all of that stuff. Like, they found nothing. 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 If they thought that the geolocations went and people went outside and John was left there after Karen left, like, then people would have been arrested and indicted. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that didn't happen. Like, this just didn't happen. Like, I think that, yeah, I think she didn't think she hurt him as bad as she did, and calling and texting to see if he was going to pick up, or at that point, just assuming he was that pissed off that he wasn't going to. Like, she knew something happened at that point when he stopped and didn't answer her at all. So by 4 a.m, she is now in full panic mode. And that's where she comes up with the plow. She's also sobered up a little by then and starts to realize how bad this really is, like, I know, but I try to answer them. I also know that, like, we oftentimes will talk about the same stuff here, but I also remember that, like, I'm looking at the number above my head right here, and this number is constantly changing, up, down, up, down, up, down. Throughout the entire show, it's changing, whether it's going up, down. I mean, it's obviously gone up the entire time now because now we're at almost 300. But, like, this number always goes up. You guys can't see it, but I can on my screen. I'll take a screenshot one day and show you guys, like, what my screen looks like. Actually, I'll do it now, and I'll show you guys what it looks like tomorrow because I have to email myself the picture and do all that crap. But that's the number at the top of all of the people watching, right? So I try to remember that there are people coming in that might also not know the answer to that and that might want to hear it, even though we've talked about it. Like, this is why we tend to repeat talking about things a multitude of times, because there are people just stepping into this that, like, don't know the answers. So I try to sort of go over it again and answer the question again. That way, people who are just joining us or just, tuning in to get some information, like, maybe this is the first time they're hearing it. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard. It's hard because I know there should be a line of, like, all right, I've answered that 17 times, but I try to, like, remember that there are other people that, like, are just, coming in. Like, that's another thing. Like, there was she wasn't in deliberations. because you're not allowed to talk to them about the case until you're in deliberations. So they're not allowed to just talk about it until they're in that deliberation room. Not supposed to, because you could have a bias, right? That's the whole point of not talking about it. Like, but we do, even if you want to disregard parts of the investigation, there are parts you have to concede that were just fine. You have to concede the car data doesn't make itself up, right? Like, didn't make itself up. The phone data didn't make itself up, right? Those things weren't tampered with. We know this, right? So even if you want to say, like, they didn't put tape up, they couldn't have. The wind was at 35 miles an hour. No tape, no amount of anything was going to stop. First of all, stop anything from coming in, and it was just going to blow away. Okay. So there's number one. Number two, there's different like laws here when it comes to like who takes jurisdiction over what, when it comes to like state police versus local police, like cool. So even if you want to say like you don't like what Proctor said about her, like he wasn't the only person investigating. He was not the only investigator on the case. Buchanan was on the case. There was other people, CERT team investigated. There was plenty of other people investigating. We have labs that were doing their lab job, unless you're going to say the lab isn't on it. And you know what I'm saying? All the experts are in on it. Like the Celebrate people are in on it. You know what I'm saying? Like there are pieces of this evidence that you can't say like, oh, well, because I don't like how the investigation went, all of that sucks. I mean, you can say you don't like the fact that you use solo cups. Does it change the fact that that's John's blood? No, not even the defense is arguing that's not John's blood. So you don't have to like the paper bag and the solo cups, but does it change the fact that it's John's blood? Because not even the defense is arguing that it's not John's blood. So even the parts of the investigation that you might not like, or that you don't think they did properly, it doesn't change any of it. Doesn't change the evidence, and not even the defense is arguing that that's not actual evidence. That's John's blood. They're not even saying that it's not. Like, that's another thing. They had a gate in the back of their yard that went straight out to the woods, and then there was train tracks. Why, if you're, cops, would you dump it on the lawn with his phone and hope he dies? Why not bring him out back, right? Bring him out back, dump him out in the woods where the train tracks were, and you could say he was trying to walk home. You don't know what happened. Why not do that? Why hope he dies on the front lawn? That doesn't really make sense, does it? Like, yes, with a critical eye. And always check the information. Always. Well, that's another thing. Where's the motive? You can't say the motive is what's Brian Albert's motive? They're going to say Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins isn't the one that contacted Karen. She contacted him. And even that, like, he asked a lot of questions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, once again, there's no real motive here. These people even liked Karen up until all of this. None of them say they hated Karen. None of them. None of them had a vendetta against her. Like, it should be on X. I think you should be able to find it. And I'm not sure if it's on Facebook or not. Maybe Free can tell you, but I do know that it's on X. I do think she was trying to get some of them bounced so that she could become one of the deliberating jurors, and I think that's very suspicious, if you ask me. I mean, I don't mind people being undecided. Undecided is okay, but, go and look at the actual evidence. You know what I'm saying? Don't just say like she's innocent and then, ignore evidence that's literally right in front of you. You don't have to like the full investigation or the way that they did it, but there are pieces of evidence that, Proctor never even touched and that you couldn't fudge. What do you say about those? You know what I mean? Like, what is we're still at Occam's razor here. Like, is everybody else lying except Karen? I mean, come on. Is everyone else lying except Karen? And this isn't just like for Tyler. I mean, this is for everybody. Literally everybody out there in Kults, Koolaid world. Is everybody else lying except for Karen, or is Karen lying? Those are that's a question you need to ask yourself. Because if you're going into everyone else is lying but Karen, you're into hundreds of people that everybody had some vendetta against her that never existed, right? People liked her before all of this, you know? I try. I attempt it. I try, you know? Yeah, we need some sidebar stuff for when they do all these sidebars. We need some sidebar stuff. All I can do is try, you know what I mean? That's all I can do. All I can do. That's the other thing. There's no real evidence of anything other than like, okay, maybe Proctor didn't like her. To be fair, she does act like a crazy person. Like Illuminating Ink said, if none of these facts I've said didn't exist, I'd be the first to cry she's being framed. Me too, right? But the evidence exists. But to do that, I have to jump through numerous illogical hoops to explain these facts. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't. Her patience is just as good as mine. Probably better than mine sometimes. Also, if she just admitted she was in a blackout state and didn't remember hitting John and was possible she hit him, I'd give her grace too. I'd give her grace and say it was just a terrible, awful accident. But there are some things she did right after that lead me to believe that she knew. And it wasn't just a blackout, terrible, horrible accident, because why are you calling him minutes later and saying nobody knows where you are if you saw him walk up the driveway? It just doesn't make sense. The things that she did after, and then the lives that she destroyed in the process to not take accountability, bother me. And they should bother everyone. Like, you should watch the entire trial and not just dismiss everything the Commonwealth says because you don't like Proctor. I mean, this goes for every single person watching this trial. You don't have to like Proctor. You don't have to like what he said. You don't have to agree with what he said. But they did go through 5 years of his stuff. They found nothing saying that he wasn't looking at other people or that he would never look at other people. They found nothing saying that he was conspiring or tampering. We have an audit that showed that none of that happened. The FBI found that none of that happened. So how many more entities need to say it though? You have to remember FKR touted this this audit that they bitched and whined to get, and how these people knew what they were doing. This audit was going to be great, right? They knew who was going to do it. This was going to be great, and it was going to bring everything out that they wanted. And then when it didn't give them the answers that they wanted, they're now screaming foul. Just like they do every time they get an answer that they don't like. All of the courts, the federal court, the First Circuit, the SCOTUS, all of them are in on it. Everybody's corrupt. It's not just the Commonwealth. It's experts, it's officers, it's first responders. Like, do you know that the first responders that testified in the first trial were friggin' harassed into oblivion? EMTs, firefighters, harassed into oblivion. How is that normal? How does anybody think that that is normal? That should concern everyone. It should concern everyone. Like, I don't think anybody holds the key to budging anybody's mind, but I do think we can give information when it's asked and point you in the right direction to go look at it yourself. Like, that there's no who's part of the conspiracy. Everyone would have to be part of the conspiracy. Coincidences are coincidences for a reason. Karen had her own butt dials that night, so you can't go over and say, "Oh, there's too many coincidences." There is no evidence to say anybody but Karen committed the crime. So, as someone who worked in the justice system, like, I wouldn't want people convicted on coincidences. That's for sure. But I'm not willing to say it's a conspiracy based on coincidences either. That would be a huge leap. But Karen's not being convicted on conspiracy coincidences. She's being convicted on hard evidence like her car data. Okay? And phone data. Like, she's going to trial on actual evidence, not just coincidences. Like, and you took ARCA They answered 2 questions. They did not know about the text stream data. They did not know about the pieces of microscopic taillight in his clothes. They did not know the temperature it was outside. How do you do the physics to explain anything if you don't have all the proper information? You can't. You legitimately cannot. You can't. No, there was somebody that did. Somebody that was FKR did go to a bar and was bragging, you know? Well, I don't think that it's evidence that she didn't allow in last time because she allowed pretty much everything last time, but there's new evidence that we didn't have last time. There's more car data. We didn't have that last time. Like, you know? I do think that Karen's own words will convict her. I do, you know? And I do think it's funny that she gets in that ID documentary and says, "This is my testimony. This is my testimony," but she doesn't get on the stand. Now, I'm not saying that you should use not getting on the stand against someone because they have the right not to do that, but I do think it's pretty telling that you're willing to talk to every media outlet from here to Kalamazoo, but you don't want to get in the stand in your own defense. I mean, even the doctor that killed his wife, who admitted that he killed his wife, got on the stand yesterday and the day before, or 2 days ago, whatever it was. He got on the stand even though he did it. Like, he still wanted to, I guess, explain why. I don't know. Like, but he still got on the stand. She did all these interviews. All these I'm so uncomfortable. I'm sorry, you guys. I squirm a lot, and it's because I'm in chronic pain. I need to get that stupid there's a big paw, like it's like a cat paw, and it's white and pink, and it goes on a chair just like mine. And it's supposed to be for like cushion. And I need to get this stupid thing before trial because I'm telling you, I'm squirmy wormy over here. I'm squirmy, wormy. Um, let's see. No, I'm guessing it probably wouldn't go well for her. She's changed the amount of how many drinks she had. 4, 6, you know what I mean? It's all on camera. They know how many she had. Like, well, yeah. I mean, there's so many different things that like they claim as like some sort of like nefarious thing that have actual real life explanations that aren't even close to nefarious. Like, here's the thing, if you're looking for a conspiracy in anything, you're going to find one. If you're looking for coincidences in anything, you're going to find them. You're going to. If you're looking for it, you're going to find it. Whether it exists or not, that's the difference. Whether it exists is totally different than whether it doesn't. If you're looking for it, anything can be a conspiracy. If you're looking for it, anything can be a coincidence or nefarious when it's not. Like, I mean, I feel like she would have been overcharged if they didn't know the things that she did afterwards. If you're calling him and saying, "John, where are you? Nobody knows where you are," then yeah, I'm probably charging you with murder too, because clearly if you dropped him off like you claim, then you would know where he is. So why would you be calling him and saying nobody knows where you are unless you're trying to set up we know that when she went back, she told Jen that like, "No, I left him at Waterfall." And Jen's like, "No, I saw you outside of my sister's house." Like, so was he not with you when you were outside? Like, Karen said she didn't remember. She told Jen she didn't remember. Even Kerry was trying to help her when she was like, yelling and screaming to the officer. Kerry was telling her, "Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Karen. Shut the fuck up." Like, literally trying to help her. Like, chill, dude. Like, and at that point, Kerry hadn't realized this is what happened. She thought Karen was just being a maniac. Like, dude, you're saying things that are gonna like make them arrest you for something if you didn't do anything wrong. Like, shut up. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, I didn't even realize that Karen hit him, left. You know what I mean? She was offered a deal in the very beginning of like 18 months that she refused to take. I think that's on her. Like, you know, Arca did say that Karen couldn't have broken her taillight on John's car. And also they didn't have most of the facts as we know. Yeah, Karen was the one kissing Higgins in John's house in the garage. Like, yeah, and she knew where the cameras were. Like, Unetti did say at her bond hearing it was a tragic accident and she had no criminal intent. The conspiracy wasn't cooked up until 2 days later. started 2 days later. Like, but the facts in their report, when they got into voir dire, they were like, no, we didn't know about the text stream data. No, we had no idea about the pieces of microscopic pieces of taillight found in his clothes. They didn't know what temperature it was. They were asked to answer 2 specific questions, neither of which had anything to do with what the Commonwealth alleged. So that's like what they testified to in their report weren't even the question of whether John was hit by the car, because Rentschler actually testified that he could have been hit by her car and hit his head. Absolutely. He testified to that. That's not a question they were tasked with asking. You know? No, maybe why I just don't, you know? I also have a terminally ill kid. So I think about Peggy, and I think about how scared she must have been during her daughter's illness. And I think about myself as a parent and what, the things that I think about myself. Like, every day is a day that you think that like, maybe that call happens, like maybe something happens to your baby. Like, you never know when it's going to come. And like, it's something that as a parent is terrifying to live with on a day-to-day basis. And she loses her daughter, she loses her son-in-law, and then she loses her son just 8 years later. I just want to hug Peggy all day and embrace a giant hug, because that woman is stronger than even I could be. I don't know how she does it, Interesting. That is interesting. I know he was one of the first people to leave from the adult party that was like, of people that went back there. Like, he was one of the first people that left. That's right. They didn't have all the facts. And that's the thing. Harpo's right. Two independent entities have clarified there's no conspiracy. None. Do we need 17 more? I mean, I think anybody who's still believing in a conspiracy right now needs their head checked. There's no, like, I mean, I think if the president themselves told them he saw a video and she did it, there's no conspiracy, they still wouldn't believe it. So it's like, what do you need the Pope to tell you? Like, what you need the, president of France to tell you to? Like, what? What more? I agree she shouldn't be allowed. I think it's a huge conflict for any attorney to have been a juror in that same person's trial and then adding them to the defense. I don't think she brings anything to the table. She's never been in a criminal courtroom. She's a civil attorney, so she doesn't even really know what to do with herself. But I mean, what help is she really going to be anyway? She was an alternate juror. Like, I think it's just more of a PR stunt, honestly. But I do think going forward that they need to clarify, like, that would be something that it's not ethical. Like, it shouldn't. There's a serious reason why it is, like, not ethical. Oh my God, no way. Boca Raton. It's a very rich area in Florida. Wondering if it was like a smaller luxury plane of one of people who lived there or something. That's terrible. 3 people died. That's terrible. It's awful to hear that, Diana. I think that's where the card data might come into play, girl with an eagle eye said. I'm going to try to go into this trial with fresh eyes, looking at the evidence. And that's how you should. You should listen to every piece of evidence that comes. All of it. Like, all of it. Yeah, we're sending lots of prayers for that family. That's really sad. Or those people who passed away today. That's awful to hear that. It's really awful. Yeah, that's another thing. Aligning yourself with OJ. That's a little much in my opinion. I have a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate you very, very much. I think that's the first one of the day, isn't it? Might be. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very, very much. Happy Friday to you, my friend. Happy Friday. Let's see. I mean, I don't disagree with him that like clearly I mean, something he said in one of the clips that we have is like they went to like when she was indicted and she was arrested and she was like, I don't want to wear my pajamas on channel 4. Like, that's what you're worried about, dude. You're not worried about the fact that you're now being indicted on murder 2 charges, but you're more worried about wearing pajamas. And Proctor looks at Buchanan and goes, do you see what I mean? She's more worried about channel 4. Like, and it's a fair assessment. It's a fair assessment. Like, yeah, because they didn't get there. The state police is the CERT team. So the CERT team comes from the state police. So they have to come from a different barracks very far away in a blizzard. So, and they had to get the go ahead to be able to do it. So they were on site. They waited a little bit to get the go ahead. And they got the go ahead and they started the search, the grid search. Like, it wasn't going to be 1 hour later. It wasn't even a crime scene 1 hour later. So, and once again, I already told you that. Like, you could have went and checked quickly and known that nobody here was lying. The CERT team did discover pieces that day. So if you were told this entire time that the CERT team didn't find pieces and it was Proctor that found pieces, like, then clearly you were lied to, no? She did. She said it was her testimony. So why can't you testify? Like, The report is not the physics of the accident. They were not tasked with doing the physics of the accident. They were tasked with 2 questions only. So, her exes don't want to get involved. 2 of them, that people have had conversations with. They do not want to get involved. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to either. I would not want to. Like, and that's it. The feds tasked him with answering 2 questions. Could he have hit his head on the taillight? And could the taillight break? That was it. They weren't tasked with was John hit by it at all? Or was he backed over? Was it from the front? Was it from the back? They weren't tasked with any of that. None of it. They were tasked with 2 questions to answer. That was it. Oh, I need it so bad. You have no idea. Not just for my back, but like my hips and my butt. Like, I have sciatic nerve and the fibro and the arthritis. Like, it hurts. Like, the chair's comfortable when it comes to like right here. And there's like a pillow, like where the middle of my back is on the chair. But for my lower and like my legs hurt a lot. Like, it's not comfortable on the bottom for whatever reason. It just isn't. It's not. I think it's more like a gaming chair. Somebody bought me this chair. I probably would have picked something a little more comfortable, like that. If I picked myself, I do love the color. I'm not gonna lie, but like it's meant for you to more sit forward than it is for you to like sit back. And so I got to get that pad from my hips, my butt, and my legs because it's uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie, like. And that's another thing. We do have the expert that's going to explain all of it, PowerPoint and all, the physics of it. Like, and that's it, based upon incomplete information. Incomplete. You can't, as someone who does physics, explain something if you do not have all the data. If you don't have all the data, it changes your interpretation of what happened, right? All of the data would have changed. And ARCA can lie all they want until they're purple in the face. But if you're then told that pieces of taillight are found in the victim's clothing and that the text stream data, which they're supposed to be experts in text stream data, they weren't given the text stream data, okay? Shows her car backing up and she's not saying she wasn't driving that car. And then seconds later, his phone stops moving. Don't you think that those things would have changed the way that they did any sort of physics or calculations? The wind speed, the temperature, the text stream data, how much acceleration is in that, how much her steering wheel moved is in that. All of those things are needed for the physics to be correct. If you don't have those things, then you can't get a proper answer, can you? Like, you just can't. Like, you literally cannot. She's guilty of killing John in a cover up. I'm just wondering if a juror may not be comfortable going that far. Well, that's why they have the lesser includeds. Yes, there are lesser included charges that they can convict her on, just as last time. So they will have lesser includeds that they can pick from if they feel like the murder too is too much. So last time they had lesser includeds that they could choose instead. So they will probably also have those lesser includeds again. Well, that's another thing. They weren't basing it on impact of the back either. It was impact of the front, I'm pretty sure. Like, well, that's another thing. That's not admissible either, but she did like Google the DUI lawyers. It was the same day she Googled DUI lawyers, you know? Yeah, but I mean, this isn't just for him. It's for everyone, you know? I'm not even going to answer this question again because we've already been over this, and I think we know that. You cannot wait to pay them until a report is generated. If you are agreeing to have an expert on, that is a promise of payment or inducement. It has to be told to the court. Has to. It's a rule. You have to tell the court. Doesn't matter if you choose to pay them after. It doesn't matter if you choose to pay them after a report is generated. There are emails, there are things that have time and date stamps for during the first trial, after the voir dire, and they were going to be paid. At that point, they wouldn't even know a second trial was going to happen. They were promised payment, and the defense did not disclose that. That is a violation. Hence why the defense was yelled at by the judge and told that they lied on purpose. And that's a bad look to have the defense attorneys yelled at in court, or at least spoken to. I wouldn't say yelled at, but spoken to in court by the judge, saying that she found that they lied deliberately. There's evidence to prove. So I'm not even going to go into that again because we've answered that 75 times. I think Jack's right. We've answered a lot of these 75 times, though, Tyler, and you're just not taking the answers. You're not even bothering to go back and look. It's a rule of the court. You have to tell if there's a promise of inducement or payment to an expert. They lied about it. That is a problem. That's why they're not allowed to say they're not biased anymore. Exactly. It was a lie. Yeah, you start to think that at first, but then, you know, Peggy will if she has to. I don't really know what they want her to say. You know what I mean? Like, there's not much she can say other than like what she noticed when she was at John's house when they picked her up that morning when Karen came in. They might call her for that to ask like what she was like when she was there for that whole whopping 15 minutes before she left. But other than that, there's not really much more Peggy could testify to. But she absolutely will if she's called, you know. Oh, that's terrible. That is awful. That is actually awful. That's about the plane crash, you guys. 2 kids and a son-in-law. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. Yeah, he did say he did an Irish goodbye, so he just, like, bounced, you know? You know? Paul will if he has to, yeah. I mean, he will if he has to. That's so terrible. That's awful. I'm sorry. That just, like, hurts my heart for that family. Like, we can debunk that one real easy. I have that screenshot of Karen saying, I don't know where that came from, that where's all the blood came from. She said there's a ton of blood. Karen herself has debunked that. And where's John's blood theory? Karen said she has no idea where people got that from, that there was a ton of blood. They just took only 6 cups, but that there was a ton of blood. Karen herself wrote this on Facebook. That has been passed around a million times. I'm the one who took one of the screenshots of it when I first saw it. That was told by Karen herself. There was blood and plenty of it. Plane hit a car. Wow. How the fuck? Oh, like when it came down. Oh, so it must have killed the people in the car? Oh man, that is not good. Oh, bingo, DJ. Karen said there was a ton of it. That she has no idea where people came up with that. As a matter of fact, I might even send it to Ashley and have her send it to me, but sorry, Karen debunked that herself. Herself. Saying she has no idea where people got that from. Where that random thought of where's all the blood came. Because it was there. I might show that one tomorrow because I'd have to go through all my screenshots here. And I just re-screenshotted it recently because someone else said that. And I put it on X, like, you want to ask Karen herself? Be my guest. Here is her telling this entire group that she has no idea where people got that rumor from, that there was a ton of blood. Yeah, I'll have to show it tomorrow because I'll have to go through more screenshots to get it, but I have too many right now. But Karen herself is the one that said that that was a complete farce and that she has no idea where people got that from. That where's all the blood bullshit from. And see, this is the problem when you just listen to mantras of random shit that has no truth to it, is you then repeat said mantras that has no truth to it. And then people like Karen herself debunk said mantra by saying she has no fucking clue where people got that from at all, because there was a ton of it. Like, Chloe lopped it up. Yeah, actually there absolutely was blood under him. Once again. Oh my god, this is terrible. Plane was capable of 46 passengers. It exploded. Oh my god, that's terrible. Children too. Like, that's what hurts my heart. That's what hurts my heart. The links won't come through. They won't come through because nobody can post links except a mod or a if you want to send it to me on X, I would love to see it. Or Facebook, but I can't, they don't pop up on here. They just, you'll see it, but it'll disappear from the entire chat. It's to keep trolls from like putting links to like BS. So it only lets, one of us do it. Yeah, well, that's part of the drinking the Kool-Aid, Tyler. That's half the problem. Don't you think? You're not challenging our opinions. You're ignoring facts. There's a big difference. There's no such thing. No, but see, here's the thing. There's a big difference between us challenging yours, because then you're just spewing things that are bold-faced lies. That's not challenging. You're just repeating questions over and over that have been answered already 72 times. That's not really challenging anything. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Like, I might, Michael. I love Julie. She's a great person. It's not mutually beneficial. Not really, because these have been answered questions that are facts. They're not even things that the defense is arguing. The defense is not arguing where's all the blood, are they? No, because Karen knows where the blood was. She even said it on social media. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so no, it's not mutually beneficial at all, because we give you answers and then you still ask the same question the next day. So it's not mutually beneficial. Like, that's what it was. Thank you, freak. Could John's head injury be caused by the car? And could the taillight be broken by a glass being thrown? Those were the two questions that Arca was tasked on answering. You know, that's the thing though. If he speaks, one of them speaks anonymously, Heartstar, then that opens the door for people like the police to want to go talk to them, like, and drag them into court. They don't want that, and I don't blame them for their families. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't touch this thing with a 10-foot pole if I was one of them. I'd be like, you guys can handle that shit. No, like, you know what I mean? Like, no. So here's an idea, Tyler. Just listen, right? I'm not going to do any more questions from you today. I've done plenty. We've given you plenty of answers. We're going to move on to doing the show, and we're going to talk about the things that we, normally get through on here. And just listen. How about that? Let's try just listening, because we give you the same answers over and over and over and over and over. I'm not going to keep giving the same answers to the same questions that you're asking, because we've already answered them a multitude of times. And that's when it starts getting obnoxious, is when we've answered them already, but you're ignoring the answer. See how that can be annoying? Like, difference between that is we have these things called facts to back them up. They're not opinions when they're facts. Fact, CERT team found pieces of taillight. Fact, Karen said there was a ton of blunt. Those are facts backed up by pieces of evidence that exist that you can go and look for. Those aren't opinions. Those are facts. And I have to agree with Jack here. Like, we've answered it all. Like, and it's at this point you're just trying to stir people, like, because we've answered them all and you've ignored every answer. But that's, once again, difference is we have facts to back us up. Actual real life facts and pieces of evidence to prove what we're saying. Therefore, you do not. Like, that's what I want so badly, Be Kind Tiger, is like a desk that like rises. Like, they have those, like, what are they called? Standing desks, right? Where there's like a button where the desk like rises electrically and comes down. Like, I had one of those when we were in Florida at the place that we rented to stay in during the softball World Series. And it was beautiful. It had space for like 2 monitors, which is really hard when you don't have 2 monitors. Because when I'm trying to show you guys a video or something, I can't be on the same screen as that and the same screen as the chat. So that means I have to click back to the chat, watch that, and then click back to a different tab to shut it off when I'm done. And it's hard to, like, I got to go back and forth if I want to pause or anything. So like eventually I'm going to have to get like a regular PC computer with like 2 screens, 2 monitors. But that's what I need, is like a standing desk, like an electric desk, where like I can press the button and it can rise and I can stand up. That would be very, also the table I'm using, like my leg bumps it when I'm like, trying to cross my leg or move. So I'm not uncomfortable, and it's obnoxious. I'm not going to lie. Unfortunately, they're, a couple $100, and I can't swing that right now. I have Easter coming. I still haven't done any Easter shopping. Like, I just want to think about all the bills and groceries, and I can't swing that at the moment. If I could, I would get one, because that's exactly what I need, is something like that to help. Absolutely. Yeah, they're not going to say anything. They're not, they're just not. Their families would be harassed by the mob. So like, I can't blame them for not wanting, to to come forward, like that too. I didn't have that either, you know. They didn't have a lot, you know. I did see how you actually did the research, but you're still arguing that it's a conspiracy. How is it a conspiracy? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Come on. If we just proved to you that the CERT team is the one who found it, how did Proctor plant something he wasn't even there for? Well, listen, we've had an influx of trolls in the last couple days. Why? Because the steward clearly decided that he was going to write a blog, and we were in the blog. I was in the blog, so I knew we were going to get like a little bit of an influx of like random trolls. And for the last couple days, we get them, whether it's comments on the channel, which again, Cult, you're wasting your time. First of all, YouTube filters comments themselves. Some of them I never even see because YouTube like automatically filters it out for whatever reason, even good ones. I don't know why. Like YouTube, stop doing that. Like I can decide whether it needs to be there or not myself. Thank you, YouTube. But they do like filter out comments. But if you're just going there to like write a nasty comment, like within seconds of you writing it or minutes of you writing it, I'm going to check. I'm going to go look. And then I'm just going to get rid of it. So you wasted your time. Either YouTube is going to filter it or I'm going to filter it if you came there to insult someone. It's gone. So what would be the purpose of wasting your time to do that? No, yeah, no. Like same when they go on X and they just want to troll, which they have been since I went to D&E. What does that tell you? An influx of trolling since I went to D&E and since we bought the 10 pizzas for CPD and the coffee, there's been an influx of trolls. What does that tell you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we knew that was going to happen. I say that the voicemails Karen left John shows who was behind the wheel that night. She was in a drunken rage. I do believe she was angry. Nobody backs up at 24 miles an hour while they're happy. That's for sure. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Peggy will if she has to. I don't think it's nice to have to make her, but I mean, you know, whatever. Like, oh, you got to walk in the beach. I am so jealous, Maureen, because it's got to be so beautiful there. Like, you know, it's got to be beautiful. I do think she knows damn well where it came from. But she's let them believe that stuff until she like came out with a couple things after the last trial and was like, "No, that didn't happen." You know what I mean? Like, all right. I don't think I could either. You know? I couldn't either. But she's a very strong lady, that's for sure. She's a very strong lady. Oh my god, they don't even know where the plane is? Oh my god, that's terrible. I mean, Harpo, I've looked for that restraining order. I can't find it. So if it's anywhere, it doesn't exist at least where I looked. Unless it's like sealed or expunged, which I don't know how you could do with a restraining order, but I've looked, I can't find one. I mean, it's possible that it still exists, it's just not showing up, but I can't find it anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in a bay. Oh, it sounds so peaceful. I don't think that it's so smart. I just think it's a lot of us have followed it since the beginning, and a lot of us believed in the beginning that she might be innocent until the facts and the pieces of evidence were brought out. So we kind of can see how they might have believed that back then, but now with all the pieces of evidence that exists that were brought out in the first trial and that were coming again for the second one, it's kind of hard to still be in that sort of conspiracy camp when you know that all these pieces of evidence exist and two entities, the federal government and the audit, have both said there's no conspiracy, there's no cover up, there's no evidence of any of that, none of it. Like, when you're looking for a conspiracy, you'll find one. When you're looking for something nefarious, you will find it. That's, you know what I mean? Like, right? Me too, Lisa. Yeah, what parts of France can you see? You should be able to find me under my name or under Twisted Tragedies. I don't even use that Facebook account anymore, to be honest. Like, no, I did not say there was a hearing today. Not on this headline. Not on today's headline. It says Karen's Koolaid. There is no hearing today. Yeah, just a regular Kool-Aid meetup. It was not unsecured for 12 hours. Just let's make that clear. No, it was not. Not for 12 hours. I know, right? When it's right there in front of you. I've watched the Ark of Testimony 72 times. I do not need to watch it again. Thank you, though. The horizon doesn't exist. Oh, see, the problem is I have a very narrow staircase to get into my apartment, and like I couldn't like it would have to be in a box that I'd have to put together to get it in. Like, it was a bitch getting even smaller things in. Like, I had a couch that I was getting, and it didn't fit, only the chair piece fit, and so now I'm back to square one except the chair piece. So, like, I'd have to be and it's frustrating. It kinda like when I come into my door, it kinda the stairway turns like this, and then you go straight up, and then it turns again. So, it's kinda hard to get anything into my apartment that it doesn't come in a box that I have to put together, unfortunately. Ooh, I'll have to look that one up. That's what I need, something from my butt. Like, I sent you a message back, Aviana, this morning. I'm sorry it wasn't sooner. I got bombarded yesterday, and then I got a migraine, and so, yeah, it is kind of frustrating, especially when all the evidence is there, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, calculate velocity if you don't have the correct information. If you don't have the correct wind speed, if you don't have the correct you can't calculate that without the correct data. So, it's not that you can't fake that, but you can't calculate it correctly without the correct data. Like, yeah, it sucks. I'll tell you that, it sucks. I do like all the space that I have outside and inside, but getting it in is the problem. You know what I mean? Getting it in is the problem. Oh my god, I didn't get to see that yesterday, but I heard it was a shit show. No, Elisa. Elisa. Elise is just my nickname. It's hard for people to say Elisa, because then people pronounce it Eliza, Alicia, Alyssa, um, Elisa, Elisa. I'll put it in the chat for you. I don't get it, DJ. Like, I do not understand. It does not make sense to me. Cannot compute. So yeah, I've been covering this case since 2023. I live in the area. I once believed she was innocent. Evidence came out. I now learned a lot of things, even non-public things that like debunk this entire theory of the conspiracy and all that. Um, we actually, since this is your first time, we actually went down to D&E the other day. I gave Chris a heads up that we were coming. So we met at D&E and we bought 10 pizzas for the Canton Police Department. And then me and Ashley brought over 2 boxes of Joe for them as a thank you with a card with the pizzas. Chris was so kind and he delivered them in like intervals. So like they got hot pizza throughout shifts. And so it was a really awesome thing that we all did. You know, I was just the, messenger. Like you guys helped with that. And that was great. It was fun. We had a great day. Chris is always fun to be around. He's a happy-go-lucky guy, makes you laugh. That's okay. I actually hear that sometimes, like, "You're so funny," or "You're so cute," and I'm like, "Geez, I know I'm cute, guys, but" I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Um, oh, I am so jealous. Maureen is so beautiful. So beautiful. Yeah, there's one under Twisted Tragedies, but you're spelling it wrong. Gedies. Ooh, I have tinnitus in my ear, and, like, I don't know if the heat just went off or something, but, like, all of a sudden, like, whatever noise that was just, like, got to, like, the tinnitus in my ear. Like I did not like that. Did not like that a little bit. Can thank the inflammation, I guess, from COVID for that. I had, like, no health problems before COVID, and then I got long haul COVID, and now I have about 1,000,000,001, including myocarditis, which is, like, inflammation of the heart area. A car was on fire just adjacent to airport on and 195. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. Like, well, the moon definitely, is out all the time, but yeah, exactly. Oh, she's definitely somebody that rages. You guys got that right. Rages for sure. Like, rages for sure. Yeah, it Ooh, sorry, I scrolled up. Yeah, this is where I mean, we've been here 3 hours, 27 minutes, so I will also remind people, like, if you haven't already, please hit the like button, the subscribe button. If you want to donate to the channel to help us out, that is how we basically get all our monetary donations. We don't have, super chats or super stickers or memberships, so the only way we survive is from donations from our viewers, so it does help out a lot. I'm gonna check now real quick, make sure there's nothing to read, and then if you want to make a donation, I do read them. Oh, yeah, I think we have one. Um, we have $5. It says, "I can't wait to do this with you. Thank you for all you do. Coffee on me." Thank you, Scorpio Moon. I appreciate you, my friends. I will get a coffee. Probably gonna need to, like, stock up on K-Cups for this trial, I'll tell you that much. For sure we are. For sure we are. My friend sends a $25 donation. I'm not gonna read the name as anonymous. Thank you very much, my friend, on Venmo. But we only survive from donos from you guys, so I do very much appreciate it. It's hard to have a small channel. You know, we don't have 15,000 viewers, that we don't get a ton of donations. So, I mean, and I'm a disabled person that does this for basically a living at this point, because we've been doing Monday through Friday, and I usually do a Sunday show, so that's 6 days a week. And now it's going to get longer days. Usually I do like a 3 or 4 hour show, but now that trial's coming Tuesday and we have opening statements, like, that's going to start turning into 8+ hour days. So, I mean, buckle up, ladies and gents. Like, it's going to be a long and a bumpy ride, you know? Like, I love this one. Ashley said, "So here's my threatening message of the day, laughy face. Of course, of if you don't hit the like button, then we're sending Aiden to your house." Like, that would be terrible. Little gremlin at your door. Little gremlin with his baby arms at your door. Like, I'm gonna have to watch the recap of the Daybell stuff. Definitely. You know, there's been a lot of crashes just in the last couple months. That's got me concerned too. I've noticed that. Like, even since like December, I'd say. And that's something that I have kept an eye on because I've found it concerning myself. That's an awful lot of crashes, and it's very rare to have plane crashes. So all the ones that we've seen recently, like, definitely have me paying attention, you know? Karen Bunny Boiler Reed. Aviana said, "Heartstar, it was clearly not relevant to her conspiring to kill Charles, but she was so annoyed he didn't remember. It was the beginning of her cross." Oh boy. Probably annoyed about a lot. Ashley said, "Chris Albert's not about himself or even disrespectful towards anyone. No, he's so kind and he's funny and he's a great guy." Yep, I'm transgender. He treated me absolutely fantastic right from the first time I met him. Chris Albert is all about community. He is, and he helps out the community quite a bit. People, walk by and they wave into him, and it's great to see. He's a great guy. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Dude, groceries are so expensive. Like, $200 buys almost nothing anymore. Almost nothing. Thank you. I appreciate you, my friend. Good. You should make it back. You know, You gotta. I like my crew here. You guys leave me, and then what am I supposed to do with myself? You know what I'm saying? Right? Like we just put that one to bed, like right away. Like he does love his community. Well, everybody calls me Elise, and it's funny because uh, my dad and Chris is a totally awesome guy, and he doesn't like the people who hurt his business. Like, shame on you. It's got a great business over there. You know. Yes, it is Elise. But it's a story for you real quick. My dad was the only one who called me Elise. Everybody else called me Elisa, of course, but my dad, that was his sort of nickname for me, was Elise. And after my dad died when I was 21, for some reason, and I will never understand this, never, people just started using Elise instead of Elisa. My best friend, she used to get so mad about it. She's like, it's Elise, not Elise, Elise. And finally, after like a year or two, she finally just gave in and was like, fuck it, whatever, right? Like, whatever, screw it. Like, sadly, she passed away. My middle daughter was her godchild, and my youngest, who never got to meet her, is named after her. So my middle has her first name as a middle name. Because my best friend was like my left leg. Like she was sewn onto the body. Like, like my family, if they didn't, I didn't call them or whatever, a lot of my 20s, like my grandmother, she would call her, like, are you with, because that's how much we were together. Birthdays, holidays, like she can't come over to my families. I'd go over to her families. Like, we were inseparable. But most people started calling me Elise. Funny enough, after my dad passed, and I don't have the answer ever to why, because he was literally the only person that called me that until after he passed away. And when I was a kid, the first day of school, they would like read your names, like do attendance, and they would never read it right. It would also be Alicia, Alyssa, Eliza, like, so just easier for me to like start even reading it. Elisa, it's Elisa. So it's said with an A, spell it with an E. It was just easier for me to introduce myself as Elise because people would remember Elise, but Elisa, they would always not remember. And the next time they would see me, they'd still call me Alicia, Alyssa, Eliza. So it's always just been easier since then to just be shortened to Elise. Not even that it's shortened, it's just one letter different. I'll have 2 devices running so I can watch 2 channels and chat. God bless you, Maureen, because I don't know if I could do that. Even this is busy for me, and I'm doing this and this and this at the same time, and I don't think I could listen to 2 channels. God bless you, girl. I don't know how I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Like, that's the thing, right? Nobody bothered to get to know them. I have not met the McCabe's, but the Alberts I have met a few of them and are friends with a few of them, and they're very nice people. Very nice people. He is a good kid, you know? Right? That's another GPS. Other GPS being altered on planes. You want to get into the conspiracy? There's plenty of rabbit holes we could dive down. It is technically Elisa. I prefer Elise because nobody really knows how to say it right. So I actually prefer it to be Elise because it's much easier for people to remember. It was so good. I brought the rest home and Chris brought it to the table nice and hot for me. It was so good. Those waffle fries, those cheesy waffle fries, to die for. I'm just saying. The justice is coming. Yep. And it reminds me of my dad. He was the only one who called me that. So it was just like it stuck after my dad died and people just started calling me that. Like, so thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, we can always do another group trip down there, maybe on a Sunday would be good. Saturday's not always great for me, but Sundays are much better. Um, we could probably do a group trip on a Sunday or something. Yeah, see, it sucks to lose your best friends. I'm not either. It sucks. Every holiday, my kids put her prayer card in the Christmas tree so that she can be with us for Christmas. So, I talk about her a lot so that my little one sort of gets to know her through pictures and videos and stuff because she never met her. She died years before my smallest was born. And hence why I named my smallest after her because she was a big part of my life for an extremely long period of time. And we raised our kids together and To me, it's important that like those memories and those people don't get lost. And so for my kids, I want them to remember, even my grandmother, which is their great grandmother, raised me a lot. And so for me, it was important to talk to my little one about my grandmother because she didn't get to meet my grandmother. Well, she did meet her. My grandmother passed when my little one was 1 month old. 1 month. So I actually don't know. I'll have to ask Chris, what do you need? I think he just bought it or whatever when and it was already named that, I think. I'm not really sure. I'll have to ask Chris. It means damn it, Elise. That's what it means. I'm just kidding. Damn it, Elise. But I will ask Chris. I'm not actually even sure what it stands for. It's just called D&E. We should all you didn't beat me to it because I already have it written down that I want to try to do like a little tribute before the trial starts for Heels, like on that day. I'm trying to put like a video together or something. So because Heels is forever in my heart, like I think about her all the time and it's going to be hard. It was hard last trial to like choke it down and stream that trial, the rest of it without her. But I know that she would have wanted to get to the end of that. Like she wanted that resolution and we were going to do it together. And so like I choked it down and said, I'm going to do the rest of it, like in honor of her. Like, she was another creator. Yep. All the love for Heels. She was another creator and we started streaming the trial together, a couple of us. And the plan was so what we would do is stream the trial. A couple days, I think we just did it on her channel. And then we decided that we could link so that my viewers, her viewers, and anybody else who was watching could all watch together. And during one of the live streams of the trial, she had an accident during it. And she ended up being taken to the hospital and she died that night. We thought she would be okay. She fell, but she was already on oxygen and her lungs sort of gave out from the shock of all of it at the hospital. And she passed away that night. And so I didn't learn until the next morning. And I sent her a message too, like that night, like, hey, I hope you're okay. And I don't even think she ever got to see it, but that was a hard thing to sort of choke down after she passed, was to keep going without her, because that was really hard. Like she was a good person and she wanted a resolution from this case. And so we think about her a lot over here. And we're going to do this. And we did it in honor of her last year. We put it in the titles and stuff. Like we're going to keep doing this for her. But she was a wonderful lady. And she will never be forgotten. Not here, not on this channel. And so we're going to do this and we're always going to remember Heels and the kind person that she was. And she was even willing to like, forget and forgive when it comes to her people who are mean or awful to her. The glare was awful to her. But she was big in her opinions, and I loved that about her. I loved that she wasn't afraid to just say it how it was, like it's kind of how I am. So like I just loved that about her. Like that's okay, because letting it out sometimes is the way to do it. I've cried a lot of tears over my best friend over the years. So like I think it was both things talked about together, but you got to get it out sometimes. And like men are taught like not to cry, right? Like don't cry. People are taught not to cry on stream. Don't cry on stream. Like that's attention seeking. Like no, don't stuff it in, dude. Listen, I have CPTSD. Like I know what not to do, and stuffing it in is not the right thing to do. So if you got to cry, you got to let it out. And it feels better to let it out anyway. Like once it's out, it's sort of a release of that emotion, like, and you let it out and you let it go. Like, and crying is not something people you know, and I'm not a crier. Anybody who knows me knows, like, I'm not a crier. Like, I do not usually cry. Like, when I cry, like, I'll go when I had a car, I used to go when my best friend died for years, like 4 years, and I kid you not when I say for years, like, I would just go into my car and cry if I needed to. Like, I would go sit in my car and go drive to get a coffee, and I would just cry. Like, I don't usually cry, and if I have to, I like to do it away from people, but that was part of my problem, right? Was, like, stuffing it like that. So you start to learn, like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy to do it like that. It's just not. Like, it's not even close to being healthy, not even a little bit. Like, you gotta sometimes just let it out. Like, yeah, it was pretty shocking. Like, she was older. She was an older lady, but she wasn't so old that she needed to pass, you know, but she had oxygen issues and hip issues, and she was actually making breakfast and was coming back from getting coffee and making breakfast to sit back down at the table, and we don't know what happened with her. Her hip gave out, whether she tripped on something, like she just fell, you know. Um but yeah, that's how you heal trauma, guys. Like, don't stuff it. Don't do it. It's okay to cry. Man, woman, like, listen, my husband's very in tune with his feelings. Like, he is a crier if he needs to be. Like, when he's very upset about something, he'll cry. And like, that's one of the things I love about him. Like, but also is one of those people that like mess with his family and watch him Hulk on you. Like, he's a very kind person, but like, there are lines, like, whether he cries doesn't make him less of a man. Like, as a matter of fact, I'd argue it makes him more of a man because he's very in touch with who he is. Like, you know, yeah, her daughter, I think let Voices know, and Voices and Kathy let me know. No, she was anti. We were already at this point past the believing Karen was innocent. We were already in the Karen's guilty camp. I have to believe she is, and that she is totally watching us from up there. I can literally hear her sometimes. And I think to myself, like, you know, she wants this to end. And I have to believe that she is watching us and cheering us on, because some of our viewers came from Heels' channel. They found me when I was streaming with Heels, and when she passed, some of them ended up over here, and I'm glad to have them. I'm glad to have them. They're all awesome, amazing people. Um, and so yeah, it was tough, that's for sure. It was a tough thing to deal with because she was an awesome person, and to lose somebody so abruptly like that, I think the bigger shock was that it happened during a stream. So, like, she didn't have her camera on. She didn't usually stream with her camera on anyway, but it happened during the stream. So we had to stay on her stream because we didn't know how to, trolls and whatnot. We didn't know how to shut it down, like, if she couldn't, right? And so Voices eventually figured out how to get it down. And then we moved over to mine, thinking like we thought she was gonna be okay. She was gonna be fine. It was just a fall, right? Like, you know what I mean? And I didn't know until the next morning. I got told late that night, but I was asleep, obviously. And so when I woke up the next morning, I had the message she had passed. And so, yeah, see, you got goosebumps. That means that she's around. That's what that means. You get that like goosebumps with the hair stand up on your neck or arms. It means that presence is around, like they hear you when you talk about them, and they come to let you know, like, they're there. They're seeing, you know what I mean? They're there. That's their way of saying, like, we might not be physically on that earth, but like, we hear you, you know? And yeah, everybody cries. Like, I hate when people pretend like crying is supposed to be some sort of like terrible, awful thing. Like, it's not. It's healing, and it's normal. Like, it's normal, you know? It is normal. Exactly, Maureen. Let it all out. You know what I'm saying? Like, let it out. You know what I want to know about the upcoming trial? I want to know if Karen's going to wear her hooker boots. Anyone? McFly? The hooker boots? Does anybody see that happening again? Or do we think that she knew it was a bad choice of attire the first time and didn't wear them again? Uh, because I think it was pre-trial. Maybe it wasn't pre-trial. I'm not sure. But I remember being like, why? Why? Like, why? Why? I mean, there's someone that like checks all of her outlets and all of her stuff. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. The hooker boots. That's what I call them. Oh, the pilgrim. I forgot about that. That outfit was interesting to say the least. Like, right? Because it's finally over at that point, and you're like, thank God. Like, I would have worn flat shoes too. Why wear heels? I mean, you're sitting in a chair most of the day anyway. Like, why wear heels anyway? Like, listen, I don't wear heels unless I'm going out somewhere fancy or like if I'm going dancing, why would I want to wear heels? You know what I mean? Like, why? Why would I want to do that? That's weird. I'm not doing that. Like, I want to dance. Like, I mean, also the whole like looking like you're part of the attorney team thing, not necessarily working for her. I don't think it's going to play well with the jury. You know, it looks like a control issue. It looks like you have to control what's happening instead of just allowing the however many 5 attorneys that you hired to do their jobs. You know, it's a little bit much. Like, so I feel like, oh yeah, I remember her saying that, but I don't think she actually did it. You know, she had to sell all her shoes to afford her lawyers who are working for free. The ones that were paid before she ever started fundraising. David Yannetti and Alan Jackson were paid before she ever started fundraising. So, you know, like that Vanity Fair article does get funnier and funnier in retrospect. You are 100% correct on that. Like some of the things that she said are just verifiably false. Like, but also Vanity Fair should do better. They should have done better. When they were corrected by Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday, is that she contacted the doctor that they talked about the Google thing or whatever, and gave him more information. And he was like, no, I was not told that. Like, so I think Vanity Fair should have done their due diligence and they should have changed their article. They should have issued a retraction. Okay. Because they didn't do their job. It was a fluff piece. That's what it was meant for, was a fluff piece. Okay. And it showed how biased that they could be. Like, you didn't even do basic research on the things she's telling you that are verifiably false. Like, shame on you, Vanity Fair. Like, also, why are you doing an article on somebody accused of murder? Just asking. Like, if after someone is found not guilty, then you want to do it, I could totally understand that. But come on, man. Like, yeah, there is a woman on X that actually like looks up her outfits and tells you how much like they're worth and all that. Like, on X. I don't know why, but that's just, you know what I mean? Like what she does. And I don't think she sold all her shoes, because if she sold all of her shoes, then that means that she rebought more $1,000 shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like it looks bad either way. Like either way, she's using thousands of dollars to buy new shoes instead of paying for regular shoes. You know what I mean? Like this cool black tunic. Yeah, that one. Right? Isn't it like a lot of those are used in like parochial school where it's like, you know what I mean? You have to wear the uniform. You know what I mean? I think my mother had to do that. Like Catholic school she went to. Like, well, see, I think that's where the problem lies, right? Is that you have a larger, like louder. It's louder. It's not that there's more of them, it's that they're louder, right? That's it. That they're just louder. It's a louder minority. The majority of people who have actually done any research on it and have looked know she's guilty. It's a loud minority of people who don't do their research and just fill themselves with the propaganda that they watch every day. That's the difference. Like, yeah, new suits, Gucci shoes. Like, oh yeah, you had to sell all your shoes. Got it. Then you bought more. Like, then you bought more. Make it make sense. Like that doesn't look good either. Like, right? Drop shipping. I've heard about this. Right? People would probably buy them just to wear the same freaking outfit. You know what I mean? Like tunic for teens. I can't. I literally can't. It's so funny. I mean, here's the thing. We're here, like it's Friday, all right? Monday they're gonna come back. They're gonna try to get more jurors for Monday. So, but also they could still be dismissing jurors. So we've seen them seat jurors and then dismiss them days later. So what's really going on here? Like, I don't know how many of them they're going to be. I know that's another thing. Is she going to stay at the Omni this time for her trial again? Or she's still staying there. 6 to 8 more weeks of trial at staying at the Omni? Like, I mean, we know that they were like crowdfunding for her to buy her lawyers lunches through this trial again. Like, no defendant needs to buy their lawyers lunches. Their lawyers pay for their own goddamn lunches. And they certainly don't need to be paying for lunches from very expensive places. That's just crazy talk. Like, so we know that they were, crowdfunding the other day on Venmo for her to pay for her lawyer lunches. Can you guys imagine if I was like, all right, this is what we're doing, guys. I have a Venmo and a Cash App and a PayPal, and I'm asking you all to pay for my lunches and any of my co-host lunches for the entirety of the trial for the 6 to 8 weeks that we're going to be sitting here streaming. I'm going to need you guys to pay for our lunches. Like, how ignorant, like, number one. Number two, it's not you guys' responsibility to buy me lunch. It's like, what? Like, yeah, $60 each. Like, I'm sorry, but that's utterly ridiculous. Like, no defendant has to buy their lawyer's lunches. She chooses to. So let her choose to pay for it out of pocket from all the money you guys have already given her. Like, I mean, if that isn't the amount of like privilege shining through, like, I can't. She did not. I can't. I can't. This right here, like what Barb's saying, like, this is insane. This is nutty. This is nuts. Like, what? Like, and we all know she probably did it because she just wants to be on Karen's good side, to be like, hey, Pete, here's my lunch. Like, here you go. Like, Karen, look what I got for you, Karen. Will you let me in to sit in the trial? Like, look, I got all this money for your lawyers and your lawyer's lunch. Like, here you go. Like, what? No, no, thank you. Listen, if my viewers donate, they donate. And that's great. Like, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Like, it is what it is. Like, today's been a slow day for that. I'm not complaining. I'm still here 3 hours, 53 minutes, 22 seconds. I'm not, you know what I mean? Some days I don't make anything at all. Like, some days I make very little. Like, I'm still here. And for them, it's more like clout. Like, if they can get Karen something, then people will donate more to them. Like, I think that's what they've learned over time. And even I took a while to realize that, like, that's what they're doing. Like, I didn't even realize, like, I raised money for her one time for her defense fund. And I think it was like 300 total, 150. I said I would get 50% of any donos I had that night. But I was just offering what I was already going to get. But then I realized in that one time, like, I did it. I never thought about it again until I was going to do another. And at that point, I had already changed my mind based on evidence that I knew of existed. And then I'm watching all of them do it and do it and do it. And they're doing it over and over and over. And I'm like, why so many times? Like, why not? Like, aren't you smaller creators? Don't you need to survive yourselves? I'm confused. Like, why so many times? Then I started realizing, okay, that the reason that they're doing it is because people were giving them more money to do it. So they were making more than their regular streams to do that. Like, what? So let me get this straight. You want to donate a percentage of your whatever to her so you can make more money? Like, that's evil. Like, I don't even do the thing that most creators do to make more money, which is like pay attention more to the people who donate than the people who don't, right? Like, because then those people will somehow donate more, or it'll encourage other people to donate so that, like, their comments get put up more. Like, I don't believe in that because I feel like it's very, like, it's like tricking people. It's tricky. I don't like it. Like, if people are going to donate, they're going to donate. I don't pay attention more to the people who donate than the people who don't. The people who don't can't afford to or don't want to, one or the other. Like, it doesn't cost money to watch me. You know what I mean? Like, I try to highlight all the comments from everybody, no matter who it is. Like, so it's amazing to me the stuff that, like, they are willing to do or go through for her, for a person they don't even freaking know, and that are ignoring the pieces of evidence in front of them. Karen is not claiming she didn't drive that car. So they can't explain away the car evidence, right? You can't explain away the data from the car. What time John took his seatbelt off, what time he got out of the car, what time she ended up back at his house, what time she backed up, within how many seconds. You can't change any of that information. Her data from her car, her data from her phone, and the data from John's phone can't be changed and altered. It's there for all to see. Okay. How do you get past just that? Take everything else out, all of it. Take the rest, all the rest of the noise out. Take it out and just use those pieces of data in that timeline and show me how anyone else could have done that to John other than her. You can't. You can't. You literally cannot. And you can take everything else out, all of it. As far as I'm concerned, take it all out. Take the rest out. Like, and just look at that little bit. Okay? And explain to me how anybody else would. Give me one piece of evidence that anyone else did anything. Not just saying, oh, they lied, or oh, it's sketchy, or it's a coincidence. Like, give me a piece of evidence. To admit that there's a conspiracy is to admit that there's evidence against Karen. See how that works, kind of? Right? Yeah, no? Like, Scorpio Moon Girl said, I understand how bad it looks that she sits there with how many lawyers looking all prim and proper and how many lawyers well, that's the thing. All your lawyers, it's like, bro, you are blending in as a lawyer, not the defendant. Like, you're the defendant. Also, it doesn't look good if you're there with the computer and passing out papers to the lawyers instead of letting them do their job and having everything where they need it, they know to get it. You doing it all, like, what are they there for? Why don't you just do it yourself? If you have to control all of that instead of sitting there and let your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, especially with that many attorneys, it just looks ridiculous. Like, you're telling the jury that you can't let go of control enough to even trust your own lawyers to do their job. Not that I would trust your lawyers, because I wouldn't trust them either. They're clearly off their goddamn rockers, because if you didn't sign that paper that said you couldn't appeal for whatchamacallit, I would appeal, because I would argue that their defense is inept. You allowed her to talk. She should have shut the fuck up. You allowed her to sit there and talk and talk and talk and talk. And she buried herself because she talked so much. You allowed her to come up with a cockamamie conspiracy that can be debunked by actual pieces of evidence. Bingo, Emily. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. Like, absolutely pathetic. Oh, thank you, Maureen. Oh, we have $5 from Maureen. Thank you, Maureen. I appreciate you, my friend. We will use that for a coffee. Absolutely. I'm going to need a lot of coffee for this trial. I'm going to tell you that much. I'm going to have to stock up on sugar and K-cups, or at least hot coffee in the morning, you know? Like, well, that's the thing. They only highlight the paid people, you know? Like, and then what they do is ignore chat. They'll ignore chat. And if you're asking a question, they'll ignore it, right? And then wait for you to ask it again, wait for you to ask it again. And then you'll get frustrated. And then you'll send a super chat so that they'll read it. I think that's sketchy. I will not do that. Like, it is fucking sketchy. It's crafty, yeah, but it's also sketchy. Like, why not just read some in the chat anyway? Like, why not interact with your viewers? Do you not want them to continue being your viewers? Or at that point, do they just not care? Because they have tens of thousands of them. So, like, fuck it. Like, who really cares? Like, I don't give a shit if I had 1 million viewers. Like, interacting is the whole point, right? When you lose that, you kind of lose what you're there for. Like, I don't give a shit how many I do or don't have. Like, interact with your audience. Your audience wants to be interacted with. I was a viewer at one point, and I'm still a viewer of some podcasts. I appreciate when the hosts actually interact with their chat more than just once here and there. Like, I understand that when you have more viewers and you have more commenters, it goes by a lot faster. I totally get that. I've had it happen. I know. But you can stop it and slow it down as the creator. Highlight a bunch of people's comments and then skip some and then highlight more and then skip some if that's how fast it's going. But there is a way to at least try to be fair about it. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Yeah, I mean, I think smug. That's my first word, Jack. I'd say smug. Smug would be the word that I would use. Oh yeah, they send her Venmo out, like, directly to her. And if they don't, like, it gets sent directly to her from someone else straight to her Venmo. Like, so I think she's also going to prison. I do believe in Hank. I'm very hopeful, and we have a lot of evidence that they didn't have last time. You know what I mean? Like, so I fully believe that that's what's going to happen, Like, oh my God. Listen, they've been saying Higgins is going to flip since the last trial. There's nothing for Higgins to flip on. That's the funny part. So what do you think he's going to flip on? There's nothing for him to flip on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. They've been saying that since the first trial. When they try to say the FBI is coming and Higgins is flipped and blah, blah. If there's anybody who's going to flip and there's a chance of it, it's going to be the sewer turtle. Let's just make that abundantly clear. And it's going to be on Karen to save his own ass. Like, you know what I mean? No, he's not a family member. What do you mean? Hold on. Because he is not a family member, but there's more people that aren't blood related in this case. I mean, yeah, there are other people who aren't. I mean, Carrie's not blood related. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's pretty pathetic. Like, there's nothing for him to flip on. He's not flipping on anything unless it's like over a bar for fun, like at the playground with his niece or nephew or kid. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what? Like, that doesn't even make any goddamn sense. Like, I've actually heard this before, Aviana. You're not the first person to say that. You are not the first and probably won't be the last. She's got so many viewers. She doesn't care. She's only going to highlight the ones that pay her at that point. Like, and that's when I think you kind of lose the idea of why you're there, is when you're completely ignoring the rest of the chat and you're only popping up those. It's like, then you're telling your viewers that you only care about the people that pay you and not everyone. Without the people that don't pay you, who watch you and share your content, then the people who pay you don't exist either. Like, it's like a big CEO forgetting that all the workers underneath them are the reason they get their bonuses, right? They don't get that jet that they paid for, that private jet, or the 7 houses that they own, or a butler, if it wasn't for all the worker bees underneath them. Those are the people that need to be rewarded, because without them, you're nothing. It is the same concept. Without your viewers, whether they're paying you or not, whether they're giving you donations or not, you are nowhere and nothing. Like, appreciate that. Appreciate the fact that not everybody can or even wants to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they still appreciate your content enough to watch you. They still appreciate your content enough to hit the like button or the subscribe button or to share it with someone, right? So why not appreciate them back? It just doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but I guess my brain just works differently. Like, oh, no worries, Maureen. No worries at all. Yeah, and that's exactly where it started, funny enough. You know what I mean? Ramen for lunch. For some reason, my little loves ramen. Don't ask me why. Like, well, that's it. It's exactly like that. It's like having a conversation with your community. It's you better knowing your community, right? Like, do you not want to better know your community? I'm confused. Like, for me, that's how I feel. Right? Insufficient funds, god damn it. I got a bank. You guys ever see that? I think it's Kevin Hart. I got a checking and a savings. If you've never seen that stand up of Kevin Hart with the checking and the savings, go and watch it today and tell me on Sunday when I have my Sunday morning show. Tell me on Sunday what you think of it. The checking and savings, like, it's hilarious. Oh, they're gonna keep saying that the FBI is coming. The FBI is not coming. They'll be waiting until they turn into dust. Like, oh my God, imagine 1 cent for your commissary. Buy some soap on a rope. Like, buy some soap on a rope. Oh, I hope it's served on a very cold plate. Even frozen can make that plate frozen to the core. How about that? Hope she gets that frozen plate of justice. I hope that's how cold that it is, you know? I mean, YouTube told her to quit, basically, is what happened. You know what I mean? Which, sad. Like, sad. There's nothing to flip on. Yeah, there's nothing to flip on. Like, I know, right? The FBI might be coming, but it's not for anybody. It has to do with the witnesses. if they want to go with the theory that the FBI is coming, they might be, but it's definitely not for any of the witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Yes, the way the check-in and my savings was set up. Exactly. If you haven't seen that, oh my God, it is so funny. The way my bank accounts are set up, I got a check-in and a savings. Like, it's hilarious. Like, he's talking about going out with like other richer people and how they spend like ridiculous money, and how like one time he thought it was going to be paid for and he was out and like the bill was like ridiculous. They did it again the next night, and like he was like, yeah, see, the way this works is like I got to check in and the savings, and like, I got to put from the savings to the check in, and it takes 3 business days. And like, it was funny. You got to go watch it. It's friggin' hilarious. We say it here at our house too. It's funny. I'm broke like that. I'm like, listen, I got to check in and the savings. I can't. I'm broke right now. Like, it's a funny stand up. If you haven't seen it, just like Google that one part of it. It's freaking hilarious. Like, I totally would. People stop me. Funny enough, my voice, they're like, I know that voice. Are you on YouTube? Yes, I am. Like, I patted myself on the back as a non-super chat a year ago on EDB when she highlighted my comment, which was not conducive to her bullshit in that live, to try and berate me. Oh boy. See, I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. But again, I guess my brain does not work that way. Cannot compute. I love that if I saw you on the street somewhere and I stopped and said, hi, I'm Jesse from chat, you would know exactly who I was. I would. I would. I would. And I also like have that like interaction where I want to have things like meetups and stuff. Like, I want that for my channel because I want a community. Like, I want people to be able to freely talk to each other, have each other's backs, and like know who I am as a person. Like, not just watch me on a screen, but like meet me as a person and know like who I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's just the way I am, I guess. Like, not only is it not pleasant, but it's also like sometimes just a waste of time. Just a waste of time. Sometimes, I will say sometimes. It's not always. Sometimes you will get a pleasant conversation and actually somebody will be like, "You know what? You gave me something to think about. Thank you." Like, and that is what I can appreciate. That is what I am hoping for, is someone who says, "You know what? I thought about it. I looked at the things you told me to go look at, okay? And I decided that, like, wait a second, there's something at least to what you said, and like it gives me pause or concern." You don't even have to say like you've switched, you've now think she's guilty, but like at least look at the pieces of evidence people are telling you to go look at and say, you know what, you're right. I can't explain that. And it doesn't go with the story. And maybe I need to go back and look. Like, oh my God. Nope. I'm like, nope, no receipt. The best is when I'm at a team. They say, you want a receipt? Yep. I do the same thing. I'm like, nope, I don't need a receipt. I don't need shit in there, so I don't need a fucking receipt. Like, no thanks. Oh, I'm definitely doing a 4th of July cookout. Definitely. You are going to have to go watch that. It is hilarious. If you haven't seen the check-in and the savings thing from Kevin Hart, like, dude, when you're done here, like, YouTube that shit. Just be like, Kevin Hart checking in a savings. Like, and then you guys will know. It's hilarious. Like, it is so funny. Like, it's one of those things that you're like almost peeing yourself laughing at. Like, I had $7 left over from my last check. It was a good week. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, literally, like, it's hard out there, man. This is not, living is expensive. So fucking expensive. So expensive. Like, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want. I want it homey. I want it a community. That's what I want it to be. Like, that's exactly what I want it to be. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, I want that sort of community of people to come together and be like, cool. Like, we know if like we're having a bad day or your pet dies or like whatever, like you could message the host and be like, listen, like I have nobody else to talk to. And like my dog just died and like I'm really upset about it. And like 9 out of 10 times you'll get an answer from me probably right away. Maybe 1 out of 10 times you'll get an answer from me like, a couple hours later, but I always answer. Anybody here who has messaged me will tell you I always answer. I always answer. I will always answer anybody who messages me. Obviously, unless you're like trolling, but like always. And I've gotten plenty of messages from people who used to be free Karen Read, people who are currently free Karen Read, just don't like Aiden, who are like, hey, like, like he's a shitbag. Like, I don't, I believe she's innocent still, but like, you know what I mean? So like, I always answer, like, always, because I believe it's important that if you're going to have this community, that you're also there for those people when they need someone, whether it's just someone to talk to, someone to vent to, or maybe they just want to laugh or tell you something funny or tell you something they think is going to help you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll always answer. What about the taillight, right? uh I mean, I'm not saying that creators shouldn't make money. We all have to, right? This is what we do, right? Like you guys sit in a 9 to 5 maybe, and this is our job. Like this is what we do as a job. So like for me, like I'm disabled and I don't get disability right now. It's hard to get disability and you have to fight them for like years, unfortunately. So like that's the process. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm in that process. It takes a long while. But I also have a little one at home who has to get on and off a bus. I don't own a vehicle right now. So it's difficult. This is my income. This is the any income I bring in here is my income. So I'm not saying creators shouldn't get paid. They absolutely should get paid. I just think that they should be evenly keeled about, you know, whether they're highlighting only people that pay them or highlighting people who also are there to watch them, who come and watch them. Like, I believe you should be highlighting both, not just one or the other, not just all the paid comments. Like, that's why I don't do like all of the what we would, I guess, call super chats because we don't have those here, but like all of the donations all at the end. Some people do all the donations all at the end. I don't do them all at the end because I don't get that many to do that, number one. And number two, like I want to do them when people are sending them so that I can say that thank you. And then when the next person is, it's their thank you. I don't want to do them in a row. Like, thank you, this person, thank you, this. Like, it seems very like unappreciative, at least for me. I'm not saying that that's what it is for other channels. Like, they just get more. So they, read them at the end. Like, but, oh, you don't even want to know. It's closer to, okay. What do you think the price of eggs is? What do you think the price of eggs is for a dozen or 2 dozen eggs? I don't even want you want to know. For me, it's more like appreciation, and I guess everybody does it their own way. For me, I don't get enough donations to read a bunch at the end. I might get 3, 4, maybe none sometimes, like maybe none. Like they get tens of thousands of viewers, so theirs are just rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling in. So they just only care about reading those instead of caring about reading other things. And it's like, dude, do you forget what got you to that point? What got you to that point was all those other people that don't even, all the likes, all the subscribes, all the sharing out. Like that's how you got there. Like it's like forgetting where you came from. Like, you know what I mean? Like you don't forget where you came from, dude. You don't. You don't forget where you came from. What is that in US dollars? So what does that like change into for US dollars? Bird flu? Oh boy. Okay. So if you want to get usually around, hold on. Let's see. So there's a 3-pack. Hold on, 4-pack. Great value. Okay. 36 eggs at Walmart is saying it's going for 14 for 36 eggs. It's about $5, $5.12 for free extra large white eggs, 12 of them, $5.12. 5, 6, what, $5, $6. I wish $1.60. Damn. Yeah, no, I wish. I freaking wish, yeah, because they're all like free range now. The US did this thing where like I don't know, they're freaking annoying, but like all the eggs are like cage free or whatever now. Um, but they're not cheap. They're like five, six, 5, 6, 7, depending on where you go, bucks for 12 eggs. That's what we're looking at. Never mind milk, you know what I mean? Going around the same. So it's like for like 20 bucks, you can get like nothing. Maybe eggs, milk, and cheese, maybe. That's why I say like $200 gets you like nothing. Like, you know? Ooh, I'm gonna have to look into that. $6.99 to Stop and Shop white eggs. Yeah, see? Like this is what we're looking at. 6, 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8, depending on where you go, because sometimes all the cheaper ones are sold out, so you have no choice but to get a little bit like more expensive. So like if all the $6.99 ones are sold out, you might have to get the ones that are like $7.39 or closer to 8. Like they're expensive. Like, yeah, eggs, milk, and a stick of gum. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what we're talking about here is like that's why it's like so expensive. Like groceries, $200 is gonna buy nothing these days. Like obviously it buys something, but like it's not like loaf of bread anywhere between $2 and $6, depending on the bread. Roundabout, even the ones that used to be like 99 cents are now like closer to $2 or over $2. Like, so yeah, I mean, the prices have skyrocketed. And then, we got the tariff thing happening. So God knows where it's going to go from there. But I mean, it is what it is. All right. This is where I have to like pee. So we'll wrap this up. Yeah. Almost 7. Yeah. And it's 1:47. All right. Well, been here 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's a long stream. That's what I need, a farm. I need some chickens. All right. Need some chickens. All right, my lovelies. Any last minute questions real quick? I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to make sure there's no other donos to read. And if you want to get yours in quickly before I leave for the day, this is how you do it right here on the screen. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, the like button. Make sure you share it with someone who doesn't know we exist. We appreciate all that. We have a Discord. You can join the Discord. We have, text conversations in there. We have funny stuff going on in there. You'll appreciate the humor. So that's pretty much it for the day. I love your stinking faces, and I shall leave you guys with the outro, and I will see you guys Sunday morning because I have a Sunday morning stream. I don't know if I'm gonna do a Saturday one this week. We'll see. If I do one, it'll probably be morning Saturday. But all right, I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys later. Bye.